Hello, hello. I'm a bit delayed getting here today, but I finally arrived. I had somebody unexpectedly call me right as I'm about to go live, and that can really disrupt the ability to actually get online with the feed. So apologies for the delay, but I am here, and we're going to drop in today, and we're going to talk about a very significant astrological event coming up. We're going to have a little bit of astro talk just so we know what's happening planetarily. Oh, isn't it interesting? I got all my cards mixed up again. I don't know why this keeps happening. It's very strange. Things have become sort of fluid, right? Very fluid. Time has become very fluid. Time is very ephemeral right now. It's hard to define time. It's hard to define many things. A lot is really changing. There's so much flux in play, and I'm seeing it in my deck too. I don't know how this happened, but this deck is all mixed up. So it's okay. It kind of goes with the theme of the astrology coming in play. Hello, welcome. Good to see you all. Um, we're dealing with this astrology that really is going to require us to completely let go of the reins. We got to just go along for the ride. We've been talking about this, it's been our theme. Get the ticket, go for the ride, okay? But you don't get to direct the course. You have to really go with the flow right now. A lot of people are going to be challenged in this regard because there's going to be a lot of plans that were disrupted. You thought you were heading in one direction. You thought that it was going to lead to a certain outcome. It actually reroutes you, takes you somewhere you totally didn't expect to go. But if you can let go of your ego trips, if you can let go of your control, then you can find out it turns out really well for you. Okay. Gosh, life really does know what it's doing. It's kind of about us, understanding that life usually does have a way of making things work out for the best. Hello, wonderful to see you. Yeah, I think we've been feeling a little challenged by this. Maybe things feel a little mixed up. My deck was all mixed up. So everything that happens with the read, there was delays getting here today, so it's kind of that energy. Things are going to happen on the fly, and you have to be able to sort of move at the drop of a dime and play it loose. Have an idea of where you're going, but allow the energy to build a momentum of its own and allow it to carry you. Now we got a new moon, a second new moon. This is very rare. They call it a double new moon, okay, that is coming up in Aries. Aries kicked off this season, and Aries has another new moon coming in on the 20th of this month. And this is really significant. I mean, I just have to say, blaze one for the nation, for all of you that enjoy the herb. I mean, it's another kind of holiday that day. So it's kind of interesting, because herb is all about kind of like chilling out, relaxing, letting go. And Aries energy is more a real take charge, right? We know about that big emperor energy. And it's funny to me because that's the vibe of what's coming in is we're really being asked to let go of our power trips. We're being asked to let go of our need to control things, to micromanage things, and to just sort of trust where the energy leads us. Do what we can do in the moment, but don't get too fixed in our plans because the gods will laugh at our plans at this time. So, really significant. It's very rare to have a double new moon in a sign and for it to come in with Aries, especially with this Aries point we're building up to, right? In July, when we're going to have that changing of the guards, and Aries is going to take over that north node of destiny. It's very significant. So big new beginnings. And it's important that we also know with this double new moon that's occurring on 420, we are also looking at a total solar eclipse. And it's the first solar eclipse of the year. All right. And we have to be mindful that this is a really important point because what happens at this time around this new moon, what gets kicked off with this new moon energy, it has extra oomph, because it's the second new moon. So these new beginnings that are occurring at this time are very significant. We know they're the seeds of what will be our destiny once we hit Leo season. All right. This is the energy that's building right now. But the other piece that we have to look at is that we got a solar eclipse. So that means there's also things that we can't see right now. And this is precisely why we need to go with the flow. We can't get too fixed in our ideas about how the path sort of unfolds. It's kind of like, I'm going to speak from a witchy perspective for a moment. It's kind of like when you do a spell. When you do a spell, you hold a certain intention and you build up the power, to direct the energy, to direct your will toward your ideal that you're trying to call into being. But there's a point where you can only like aim at the target. It's as if pulling back a bow and arrow. If you continue to hold on to the quiver, then you're never going to hit the mark. And so there's this thing when you're working with alchemy, when you're working with manifestation, or when you're working with spell work or prayer work, okay? It's all the same trip. It's all a way of directing your energy towards what you're wanting to call into your life and what you're wanting to see manifest. So you pull back the arrow, you set your target, you're holding your intention, you got your vision, you got your sights set, you're aligned. But there's this thing that happens between that initial vision and calling it into being and it actually manifesting. What do you got to do if you want to hit the target? You got to let go. And you don't get to direct the way that arrow flows on the way to getting to that goal. All right. And the goal may change in the process. That's kind of what alchemy is all about. So we know that what's starting right now is significant. We also know that we're following a certain momentum that's calling us in a new direction and that it's lining up at this time because it is the most advantageous time for us to step onto this path. And we're being asked right now to just start to take those first steps, to start to set this inspiration, this calling that we got, this hint that we have about, I think I should move in this direction. We're really being asked to just take those first steps right now, but don't get too hooked on what the destination looks like, because there's a lot of elements that could come into play as that arrow is heading towards its target, right? We can have changes in the wind, that can throw the arrow into a whole different direction. You don't know where it's actually ending up. We only know that it will be in alignment with this seed of this inspiration that's calling you forward. For some of you, that's you're wanting to cultivate more abundance in your life. And for others of you, you're ready to, move out of being single. You're ready to find, that person that you can really connect with, go deep with in love. Some of you are wanting to really switch things up. You're wanting to revamp yourself entirely. You're wanting a brand new life. Maybe you want to move somewhere where nobody knows who you are and you can start all over again. Everybody has a different dream right now that's being awakened. Everybody has a different calling. But the key is just take the initial steps and let the path reveal itself to you, because it's not about you directing the course at this time. And in fact, if you try to direct the course, you're going to get in your way. Why are you going to get in your way? Because on top of having this solar eclipse coming in with this double new moon in Aries, we have this moon is square Pluto. Okay. We know about Pluto. We've been moving through Pluto. Pluto is all that south node action. It's the shadow. So when we have a square, that's not a supportive influence. It's sort of a fly in the ointment. So we're going to see a lot of shadow aspects come out. So what do you think the shadow aspects are going to be if we're trying to go with the flow, if we're being asked to let go? It's going to be ego trips. It's going to be people manipulating situations to get what they want. It's going to be jealousy. It's going to be, a bit of spying, a bit of, keeping tabs on people's social media, and there's also the tendency to be compulsive, to act out of our base impulses, to not really think things through, to just want the instant gratification. You know, if you got that Emperor in reverse energy, I want you to think of it like that. It's going to be Emperor in reverse energy if, you know, we move forward in a way where we're not kind of tempering things. And temperance has been a big theme. We have to be aware of our tendency to fall into the shadow. We've been spending a lot of time in the shadow, and we're being asked to rise up out of that shadow, right? We're being asked to rise up out of the Scorpio South Node into the Taurus North Node. And we've been doing a lot of work around our worth and what we value and what has true meaning for us. And we've been investing our energy in that direction, even as we've grappled with our shadow aspects in the ways that we actually haven't been living that in our earth clock. And it was 11:11 on the clock when I said that. Okay, so this is a time of really coming into alignment. We're supposed to be coming into alignment at this point. It's really significant. So naturally, anytime when you're about to come into alignment, or you're about to step up to a new level, or you're about to open up to a new potential of success, what's going to happen? Your insecurities are going to come forward. All of those things that are that shadow stuff that hasn't been fully processed yet, hasn't been fully integrated, hasn't been shed and released, it's going to kind of come to bite you in the ass right then. It's going to give you all the reasons why you can't move forward. It's going to kind of give you experiences that may even rock your confidence. It's like, oh yeah, you feel like you're over that. Let's see about this, you know. This is when we're going to get a few curveballs thrown our way to test us. Have we really been doing our work? Have we been really bringing that subconscious stuff into the light where we can look at it and understand our motivations? And when we do feel charged and we do feel activated to take some action, some impulsive action, it's so important at that time that we kind of like cool our jets just a little bit to kind of sink into our experience and understand, okay, what's motivating me in this moment? Is it that I'm really enthusiastic, that I'm fired up, that I feel lit up, that I know this is for me? Or am I operating out of some kind of insecurity? Am I wanting to take this action because I'm trying to manipulate a situation? Am I wanting to take this action because I have like FOMO. I have fear of missing out. If I don't go for this now, I'm going to lose it. You know, this kind of thing where we can fall into kind of greed patterns, control patterns. Fortunately for us, though, this does have a bright spot to it, and it is kind of a systems checkpoint because there are some fixed stars that are helping us out a little bit. One that's going to have more of a strong influence, and that is the fixed star Aurisha, that is an Alpha Pisceum. And so this is related to the constellation of Pisces, and it's holding that Pisces energy, which we already have Pisces energy in the mix. We do know that we had Saturn go into Pisces, so there's a little bit more fluidity as we're moving forward. So again, there's this sort of like unraveling of our control mechanisms, learning to move forward in new ways, learning to be more open to the flow and what it has to offer us, what we have to learn in the process on the way to the goal, you know, more sinking into that ride, you know, going along for the ride. But also with the precession of the equinoxes, the action is really going down in the constellation of Pisces. But, you know, time, the way time moves forward. Yeah, look at this. Okay. So there is a need to kind of cool the jets just a little bit with this Fool in reverse. Okay. It's like, not quite yet. Okay. Not quite yet. Right. Just, you're meant to take an initial step right now. You know, you're not meant to like go full steam ahead just yet. Not yet. Not right now. You know, and there is something you're not seeing. You want to be able to be aware that there's certain details that are missing. There's those puzzle pieces that are missing that still need to come forward. We have to allow space for those to come forward, because the Fool in reverse, it's a situation where if you rush too fast and you make an impulsive move right now, because you're operating out of your shadow nature, then you are going to end up with egg on your face. You will feel like a fool, and life will make a fool of you to teach you a lesson. And sometimes, we need to go down that road to sort of trip ourselves up so we can understand how much we give kind of our base natures the reins at times, when we're not really getting the kind of perspective we need to get. Fortunately, there is, this awareness that is coming in with Alrisha. Alrisha helps us let go of that control and channel the energy in a new direction. It sort of gives us a perspective where we can go, okay, I get it. I can't control what other people are going to do. I can't have any sway over that whatsoever. People are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to act the way they want to act. They're going to say what they have to say. And all I can do is choose how I want to direct my energy. And the energy that Alrisha provides is it gives us a lot of, kind of like the motivation and the energy and the drive to pour our focus and our investment of our time and our energy into our ambitions, what we want to achieve for ourselves, independent of what anybody else is going to do. So this is an excellent time for goal setting. And especially with the eclipse in play, we want to look at, like, what are you wanting to eclipse out of your life? Sometimes people are afraid to work with the eclipse energy, but it's actually really beneficial, because you can think about, what is that thing that's kind of like blocking my sun, that's blocking my happiness? You think of the sun in tarot, it's the happiest card in the deck. What's blocking my light? What's keeping me from letting that light in? So for some of you, maybe this could be like a bad habit, something that you really need to change. Maybe you've been really unmotivated. Maybe you've been laying around too much. Maybe the thing you need to do is, get moving again, get some exercise going, create like some kind of routine that works for where you're at right now. For some of you, this may be revamping the way you eat. You might notice you got too much late night noshing going on. Maybe you've been going for junk food. Maybe you've been doing some comfort eating. This would be a good time to create some goals around that, some ways that you're actually going to start to rework this. It's also new moon on the 20th. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a double new moon. We had the first new moon in Aries kicked off Aries season, and then Aries is also hosting this second new moon on the 20th with this solar eclipse. It's a really, really potent solar eclipse. So there's going to be a lot that's going to be happening, a lot that's going to be shifting. But we got to go along for the ride. And the best way we can direct our energy, because there's going to be a lot of stuff moving around us, okay? You're going to see people starting to take those steps, right? Because we're being asked to take a step. So there's going to be people around us that are going to be taking their first steps too. So think of it as like it's going to be like a domino effect, okay? One movement happens and it sets off a whole chain reaction. That's the way it's going to be. All right. Everything is going to start moving now. Think of it as chess. It has that feel because there is a little bit of strategy in it as well. Okay. We know this. There's some spying. There's some people keeping tabs on what others are doing. They want to know what their next move is. There's people who will kind of be trying to pick your brain, trying to anticipate, what you might do next. That's because there's all these situations that are woven together like a web where, one person takes an action, it's going to affect multiple people. So expect this to be kind of like playing out. And this influence is going to be in play for 6 months. When we have an eclipse like this, when we have a total eclipse, that energy is felt for 6 months. So Think of this as like, okay, this is going to give you an idea of really how that, harvest time is going to look for you as we head into the fall and get close to wrapping up the year. You got to look ahead. Like, what you're setting in motion now has that long term of ramifications. Likewise, if you act like a fool in reverse and you just kind of throw caution to the wind, you don't remember the lessons you've learned, you act too impulsively, you don't give sort of some space to see, okay, what are all the movable parts on this table? Like, what are all the steps other people are taking, while being mindful of the steps you want to take, because everybody will be affected by what others are doing at this time, which is why we cannot be in a position of trying to control or micromanage. It's why we have to just sort of like relax around things and just sort of focus on our own lane, really, while be mindful of how other people's actions are affecting you. So you can see how it's going to be this kind of like dynamic this dynamic play, because there's also going to be a lot of moves that are being made that you're not going to be aware of due to the solar eclipse energy. And you won't know what those moves are until like 6 months down the road, because there's a lot that's going to be hidden, as well as you're not really going to be sure about how the steps you're taking right now, how they're going to pan out 6 months from now. And you might be surprised the route that things play out on, because we do have the changing of the nodes of destiny coming in Leo season. And that's a pivotal point. It's when your timeline finally syncs up with destiny. And so that's gonna foil the plans of men. Okay. It's like you can plan all you want, but there's a lot of divine play in life right now. 22 on the clock. Okay. There's a lot of divine play in life right now. You have your part to play, but there's also the divine play. Okay. So be open to magic and be open to miracles and be open to just enjoying the fun of it all unfolding, even if what you're dealing with seems a little chaotic or a little unpredictable, or maybe it feels a little unsafe because you're taking some risk because you have that kind of like bold energy waking up in you. Be mindful of this. It can be a good thing. It can be the best thing to really shake yourself out of your stagnancy and your comfort zones and try something new. Now, a lot of you are going to focus your energy on really getting rid of habits that have to do with your appearance. There's a little bit of vanity that's coming in play. There's a little bit of juice for some glamour magic coming into play. And I will be bringing in kind of a healing session, um, aligning session, energizing session. I'm going to do like a session on Saturday, and it's going to revolve around a bit of glamour, a bit of casting glamour. And it's connected to the confidence we've already been building as we've been moving through this 40-day journey together. But this is going to be like just indulgent, okay? Just for the sheer pleasure of it, just to really feel your mojo, to feel yourself, So we're going to have some fun with that. But it's right in alignment with this because there is another fixed star that's in the constellation of Beta Andromeda, and that is Mirok. And Mirok, it can be troublesome, okay, because it's reflective in a certain way. Think of it as kind of mirroring energy, and the way it is being aspected, it's going to heighten the Plutonian influence. So I mean, we do have to be aware of sort of the false projections that can be out there, the way we can cast glamour on ourselves, the ways that we can get caught up in illusions, and how that can lead us astray. So this is really, it's sort of like a test, like how well have you really gotten acquainted with your shadow? How well do you really know your subconscious motivations? How well are you aware of what really can trip you up at this time, or how you sabotage yourself, or certain habits that you have that are keeping you in a stuck place? So this is going to require a lot of radical honesty with yourself, and maybe also embracing some things about yourself that might not be the easiest to look at. Really getting a long, hard look in the mirror. All right. And that first might give a feeling of like a dip in confidence, like, oh, I thought I was farther along than this, or I can't believe I still haven't healed this. I can't believe I still have this stuff to push through, to work through, but it's worth it. Okay. It's worth it. And you'll get to the other side of it. And this is so key at this time to really like have accountability for our peace. It's really what's going to empower us moving forward and ensure that these steps we're taking now, they're on a good solid foundation, something that our dreams, our visions, what we're calling into being can really grow and flourish upon, right? So we don't have to go through another tower. We don't want to see the tower side of Pluto, right? We want to avoid that, all right? Um, but there's also this quality that comes in with Mirok that can enhance your beauty, you know, that can enhance your looks, that can have you feeling yourself, a bit of kind of blow up energy. So if you're sort of like tired of your old image and you're feeling like shaking it up, you want to do your hair in a new way, or you want to change the way you're dressing, you want to express yourself creatively, like where you're at internally now, you sort of want a makeover to represent who you are now. A lot of you may be feeling like that. You may be feeling like, you know what? I've outgrown this old style. That's who I used to be. I'm becoming somebody different now. And it's almost like talismanic, like almost like the clothes you're wearing, the jewelry you choose, the way you do your hair, these kind of things. It's almost like going to be talismanic of the energy you're invoking right now. And it too can hold a sort of magnetic kind of charge. Okay, 2711 on the clock. So a lot of you will be revamping your image. And that's a positive influence that comes in with Mirok, as well as just tapping into kind of like a higher kind of love, a more altruistic kind of love, tapping into more compassion. And even in areas where you've been really hurt by another, or maybe you're shocked by how somebody's moving forward, and it's hard for you to accept, it's hard for you to absorb this quality, this softening quality coming in from Mirok can also help you, find a way, if not to forgive at this point, to just let it go, let it go and focus on what will really best serve you at this point. And doing that by tapping into, that love within yourself, some compassion for yourself, and if anything, just saying, I don't want to focus on this anymore because it doesn't feel good. And I'm ready to feel good. I'm ready to direct my energy toward more beauty. So it's kind of funny that came in as we're working through this lesson this week in the Kapha Reset course. We're focusing on beauty. And that's what Mirok provides. It provides a sort of a reflection of like, okay, you've looked at a lot of the ugly for a long time. Now it's time to really look at beauty and to have the beauty that you're seeing within yourself and within your experience and the healing work you've done, and the beauty in the experiences that are unfolding in your life now, and placing your awareness there, because as you do, you're going to start recognizing more beauty. Beauty is very similar to synchronicity. They operate through very similar channels. And it's the same thing with beauty as it is with synchronicity. The more that you notice it, okay, the more that you're aware of it, the more it comes in for you. It's the same thing with abundance. This is how it works with anything that we want to call in. It's about a harmonization of the energy. Now, some people say it's about speaking affirmations as if you already have it, but I don't really think that works personally. And the reason why I say that doesn't really work is because so much of manifestation has to do also with really uniting the feeling, the intuition, the instincts. Like it's a whole visceral experience. You're not just like wishing something to be and speaking some words. It's like you are totally embodying the energy. So if you're in a place where you're feeling really depressed and you're having a hard time, and you wake up and you look in the mirror and you bullshit yourself and you say this affirmation of, I am happy and full of joy. Your mind's going to go, yeah, right. Okay. And I want you to think about this thing because so much about coming into alignment with our paths and moving in the flow of prosperity and really coming together with things that will fulfill us. It has every bit to do with being able to trust, to be able to trust ourselves first and foremost, trust our own internal guidance, trust what our feelings are telling us, trusting our intuition, trusting what our heart tells us, where it's leading us to go. It's so essential that we can trust each other. So if you are lying to yourself, by speaking these affirmations that that's not how you feel right now. Right now, you're not happy. Right now, you're not full of joy. And that's okay. It's okay. There's room for all of your experience, whatever you're feeling. And if you are having a rough time, that's okay. It'd be better to use an affirmation that was more like, I know that I'm going to get to the other side of this and that happiness will find me there. You know what I'm saying? It's like you are then instilling trust in yourself. I have what it takes to get to the other side of what I'm feeling right now. I know that what I'm feeling right now is temporary. And I know that there's something that comes out of it. And then when I get to the other side of it, I will find happiness waiting there for me. And that is a realistic statement. And that is something that your psychology can get on board with. That's something you can align with. That's a feeling you can invest in. And will that feeling build? Absolutely, that feeling will build. It will lead you to proof of that statement in your environment because it is something you can trust. You can put your faith in that. And then you will see, okay, now synchronicity is lining up for me to give me more confidence in this, that yes, I can get to the other side of it. And look, already new kind of lighter, more joyful experiences are finding their way to my path. And then the affirmation starts to change. But you have to really honor where you're at. You have to be aware of where you're at. And it's important to hold space for the awareness of what the shadow is, the awareness where the stuck places are. But it's important not to live there and to set your sights, to set your focus on where you want to head. Where are you looking to go? I hope you don't want to make a home in the shadow. I hope you're wanting to move into your light. I hope you're wanting to move into a lighter, brighter time of your life. I hope you're wanting to feel more free, more carefree, more unshackled, more expansion, more possibility. I hope you're wanting to really embrace all of that. So, in order to really embrace all of that, it is about looking for that beauty because the more that you see what is beautiful, the more that you recognize it, no matter how small and insignificant it may seem in the moment, the more that you will find beauty showing up on your path because you are cultivating an awareness of the beauty. The beauty is always there. The beauty is always there. What have we've been working on? We've been working on our ability to receive. The beauty is always there. It's that we're closed off to it. We haven't been able to receive it. Why have we not been able to receive it? We haven't been looking for it. We've been looking for the suffering. So there's a lot of energy that is coming in with this new moon in Aries and the solar eclipse and the fact that it's a double moon. And it's really like, no, you really have a chance to begin again because new moons are all about new beginnings, right? And this one is kicking off a 6-month cycle of a new beginning. It's like, no, really be sure, understand your motivations, understand where you're truly at, get the whole picture. Don't eliminate the icky parts of it, be aware of it, but don't live there. Don't let your consciousness take up a home there. Really think about, if I could start my life all over again and I can make it whatever I wanted it to be right here, right now, what would I do? And then take a step, because you really do have the opportunity to start all over again. and you can move forward in a new way that is based on all the wisdom of what you've learned through these challenging cycles you've been through. And you will see the reward of that starting to come to fruition and the confirmation of it when we have that changing of the nodes of destiny. And we got that Aries point coming in, Aries in North Node position. You will see it. That's when you will see it manifest, and it will make all the difference. I like to call the activity beauty hunting. Pulls me out of funk every time. Gratitude for all of it. I love that, beauty hunting. Yeah, make a game out of it. Add some fun into it. That's very much that full energy to be enthusiastic. Enter into a divine play with life. I love playing games like that. Sometimes I'll, head out for the day and I'll just ask life to like take me on a treasure hunt, you know, guide me with little breadcrumbs on my path, send me signs. Send me signs of what I need to know at this time. And there is something about it. It's like if you look for the magic, and you are, when you set your intention like that, when you're saying, I'm going to go out beauty hunting, you are setting your intention. It's like you're activating the muse. You're calling on the muse. The muse is that source of kind of like higher inspiration. It allows you to enter into this creative play with divinity, with higher consciousness, with the multiverse. Okay. So as soon as you set that intention, you're lining yourself up to find it, because you're entering the flow of life with that awareness. You are focusing on the beauty, or you're focusing on the signs, the synchronicities. It's really cool. So let's look at what's coming in. I want to do a breakdown for all of the elemental signs. Okay, so we looked at this before. So when we're looking at the elements, we are looking first of all at air. So we got Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. I'm going in the order of manifestation, how the elementals flow in the flow of manifestation. Okay. And that is ether air. It also represents Vata dosha. Okay. Also represents prana. All right. And then we got, and in the chain of manifestation, we got the inspiration, the musing energy coming in, and that initial like thought, inspiration, idea. I could do this, or I should do this. I should go there. Okay. So that's the first position. All right. And it'll hold down for the astrological signs of Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Then we're going to look at fire. Okay. Fire is when the vision, the inspiration, that musing energy comes in, actually merges with will and action. Okay. So where we're at right now, we're at that fire point, big Aries energy. We're in the ring of fire. Okay. It's about taking that first step. Taking that first step. It's time to not just have it in the head now, but set the vision, ajna, third eye chakra, see it, calling it into being, holding your thoughts, your focus on where you're heading. But it's also about taking a step in that direction, following through, not just using the thoughts, but actually marrying it with action, which starts to bring it into material reality. When we're looking at fire, we're also looking at Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius astrological signs. We are looking at the dosha Pitta, and we are looking at the governing of all the internal processes of Tejas. Okay. And then we're going to flow on into the third pile, okay, which will be for water. Kapha is made up of water and earth. All right. So we're going to have two piles for holding it down, because it makes sense. The water has to nourish the earth for it to grow and bring about the harvest, right? Just in the flow of nature. So first we'll look at water, okay? And that will be Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, all right? and we will look at Earth, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and together these elementals make up Kapha, all right? And they have um, ojas associated with them. They govern over ojas, the nectar of life. Or we can look at this in the chain of manifestation as when we actually see this thing we called into being back here in air, it's actually landed through our actions, our will, our focus, our nurturing, okay? Our nourishment of it, connecting with our passion and our feeling to actually being in our physical reality. This thing has happened. It is so, all right? And you can also look at that chain of manifestation for those of the witchy persuasion with spell work. This is how you do alchemy. You know, it goes through this kind of motion. You know, first pulls down from the ether, and then it goes through all these different elementals before it's actually earthed in material reality. So let's just do it. I'm drinking a really lovely, I've made like a super spicy, like ginger chai with all kinds of goodness in it. I loaded it with like coriander and all kinds of good stuff. I put some clove in there. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm going to put down the timestamp for this 41:44 for the read. Okay. So people can come on the replay, or if you want to revisit it, you can look back at it, because do be mindful what comes forward in this read is going to play out over the next 6 months. So you might want to drop in on it again and just see, you know, how things are coming along, you know. It can be helpful. And it's like that with all reads, really, I have to say, because you know, the energy is it's always moving, it's fluid, it's not static. And when we're doing readings, what we're looking at is a snapshot of the present energy and a look back at the foundation of that energy. And it's by feeling, leaning into these energies, that we can have an idea about how this energy is going to continue to progress moving into the future. But there's no way to really succinctly time with tarot. You can get a general idea sometimes. And usually you'll see reads play out. I always tell people within about 3 months of you receiving the read, you'll start to see signs of it really unfolding. Okay. But it's full like fruition. It can take time. It can take time to play out. So, this really gives you an idea of like, if you get a read and you're like, you know what, I don't really like the way that's turning out, then you know there's some wiggle room for you there. You can look at what came in, you can look at the council, and you can go, okay, well, how can I change my stance a little bit so I can move with the energy a little bit more harmoniously, and I can start to change the course of it? And you absolutely can do that. That's what tarot is for. Tarot is a tool of alchemy. All right. It's not meant to hand down some sentence to you and then you just got to go along for the ride. Now, when we're looking at the major arcana, if you get a tower coming up, okay, major arcana card, no, that tower is going to fall. Okay. That tower is coming. You know, that lightning bolt is going to come, but it's going to awaken up a whole new array of options for you in terms of how you're going to exercise your free will and the choices you're going to make in relation to that fated experience. I think that's the best way it can be described with the tarot. For those of you who are really interested in learning the tarot, and I think it's a wonderful tool, you know, to get to work with the tarot archetypes. It can unlock all kinds of doors of perception in your own consciousness. So when it comes to the tarot, the major arcana cards, you know, when we're looking at things like the sun, when we're looking at the emperor, the empress, the high priestess, the magician, those are the majors. And it was 44:44 on the clock when I said that. So I believe all those majors that I just called out there are really playing a pivotal role to what we got going on right now. Okay. I don't think that's accidental at all. That was a bit of synchronicity there. So those majors, those are things that are like, no, this is going down. Okay. And what you do with it is up to you. That's where your alchemy work comes in. Fate is the hand you're dealt. Destiny is how you work with it. All right. So be a transformer of fate into destiny. Use what happens to you that is out of your control to make something really miraculous happen. Pull a rabbit out of the hat. Be a bit daring. Shake up what you think is possible, and then you'll really be working with the beneficial energy, that is on offer with this particular cycle, and that's going to be playing out over these next 6 months. All right. So I'm going to get shuffling here. Let's shuffle for air sign collective, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. What's going to be coming up over the next 6 months that are going to be kicked off by this solar eclipse, double new moon in Aries energy we got coming in on the 20th. What is coming in for air sign collective? What is coming in for air sign collective? This is going to be for any significant placements. Okay. Ooh, I like that. Oh, air coming out so strong. Loving the cross. A lot of crossing influences here. They're all kind of coming in crossing, and there's one that's face down that I can't see, that I believe is foundational. It's something that like sets off that chain reaction. It's some move that you're about to make. Okay. I'm really seeing this as like a visualization of you're at the crossroads and you've been stuck there because you needed a certain clarity. You needed a certain truth to land in order for you to be able to move forward. I feel like that truth is really starting to dawn on you. I feel like it's coming in and you're just about to execute an action. All right. That's pivotal, and it sets off a chain reaction, a very strong one that puts you powerfully in your element. Okay. And I say that because right on top here, we got the Ace of Swords. All right. We all know that Queen of Swords, that King of Swords, they got that sword upright. Okay. So you got some kind of truth on your side. You got some kind of truth on your side. And there's an action you're about to take, and it's going to set off a chain reaction. Don't know what that will be, but we'll look into that. Okay. All right, I'm going to do another round here and see what is coming in over these next 6 months of this cycle being kicked off by this Aries double new moon solar eclipse for fire sign collective, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. What's coming in over the next 6 months? What is the focus for the fire sign collective, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius? Ooh, okay, quite a bit. All upright, all right, came in all together, so it'll be interesting to see what lands there. There's something you're really going to be celebrating. I think you're going to have a reason to raise your glass. I think that a lot of this has to do with a certain healing that's really going to take root in your life. I feel like you're going to be really you're going to find that sense of home really within yourself, where you're finally going to feel like you're connected with yourself again. It's almost like there's been some kind of frisson where you felt some kind of disconnect within yourself. Like it's got that feeling of like, I lost myself along the way. Maybe you just really wanted to have a certain part of yourself back. There might have been a certain time, place in your life that you've been reflecting back on a lot and thinking like, what happened? How did I go from there to being where I am now? This just doesn't make sense. I'm noticing the hanged man on the bottom of the deck here. I think maybe you've been getting a different view of a situation. Maybe you're understanding how you ended up where you are now. Maybe you're looking at how you can kind of get back some of what you lost back there. I feel like there's something you're really celebrating, and it's a feeling of arrival, but I feel like the feeling of arrival is within yourself. Okay, there's some kind of healing happening here, some kind of celebration just as an initial hit. Let's look now at water sign collective, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Okay, what is coming in over the next 6 months for Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio in relation to this double Aries new moon solar eclipse we got coming in on the 20th? What will be coming in? What will be the focus for the water sign collective, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio? Ooh, Okay, we got a lot going on there. Everything coming in face down. You're also about to move out of the crossroads on some decisions, quite a few decisions, actually, water. You got a lot of crossing influences in your situation. So that lets me know, water sign collective, that you're kind of in a position where you're really trying to make some choices based on what other people are doing around you. Okay. I think you're waiting to see the moves that certain key players in your situation are going to make. And once they make their moves known, their positions known, their truth known, I see like a cascade of actions that like sets off a chain reaction for you where you start making a lot of moves, but all of your stuff, unlike the other elementals so far, came in face down. So that lets me know that you're not sure what your moves are yet. You may have some hunches. You may have some kind of possibilities, like some plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You know what I'm saying? Like you might kind of have it lined up in such a way where you're like, if this person does this, then I'm going to take this action. If that person does that, then I'm going to go this way, this kind of thing, very, chess-like vibes around you there. Okay. There's something you're trying to figure out. You're waiting. You're looking to have success. Okay. And that's very important for you, especially with everything that you've been through in a certain situation you've been grappling with. You want to make sure that the moves you make will lead to success. You don't want any more disappointments. You don't want any more delays. So you're going to kind of get the lay of the land before you take your actions. I got that. All right. Let's see what is coming in for Earth sign collective, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, with this Aries double new moon energy. What is coming in for Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn over these next 6 months with this Aries double new moon solar eclipse energy? What is coming in? What would be the focus? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Again, same thing. It's like, isn't that funny? Because that really came in with the astrology, right? I talked about how this is an atmosphere where, and these cards really came in and kind of like covered the Pisces card. So I think these energies may be really working in tandem. There might be a lot of water and earth signs collaborating right now, like being supportive to each other right now. It's sort of like those energies are, it's uncertain how these energies are going to come together. It's uncertain how things are really going to pan out right now. There's almost like this wait and see energy. I feel like water and earth are waiting to see what air and fire are going to do. That's what I got. Okay. This is what's coming in pretty strongly. All right, let's have a look at it. We're going to dive into this read. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'll put down timestamps for each of the collectives too, for people who just want to check out what's going on with their placements. Truly benefit from checking out all of it, though, I have to say, because all of it is coming into play. And it is about us working with these elementals in order to, successfully bring our visions to fruition. But I get it if you just want to check out what's going on with, your big placements, your big three or, anything like that. If you want to look into matters of the heart and you're looking into that, look at your descendant sign. Your descendant sign will be opposite your ascendant. Okay, so look at what your rising sign is in your natal chart, and then you'll want to read your descendant sign, because that's going to give you the clearest view about what's coming up for you in love and romance. And I'm going to start bringing a lot more of that forward and helping people understand how that works. So it really does have an effect. So just because it's the emperor of the hour, Aries, if you have an Aries rising, if you have an Aries ascendant, you would want to tune in for Libra reads to know what's happening in your love life. All right. So check that out. Check it out. Get to know your natal chart. That's the most accurate love reading you're going to get, is by really looking at your descendant. Okay. Because it looks at the other half. It looks like the other half of you, you know, your opposing energy, your opposite energy. Okay. All right, here we go. We got air. I didn't even write down. I wrote down air and I didn't write down the time. Okay, air 55:25 on the clock. All right, we already know, air, that you got truth on your side. It's a truth that leads you to some kind of personal victory. It also like straightens your crown, okay? It's a truth that has you, you'll be getting a whole new view of life, air sign collective. We got Empress energy right here. We got Ace of Swords. This message coming through very strongly for Libra collective, okay? Because the Empress represents both Taurus and Libra. I take this as an affirmative sign that you are really going to rise up into that North Node of Destiny. I think you know your worth. I think you know your worth, Air Sign Collective. I think you know your value. I think you are aligned with your truth. You know what's true. You don't have a problem communicating it. I also feel like communication may have a lot to do with what's coming through for you. There's something you need to share through communication. Of course, this can be in situations you're grappling with in relationships and friendships and family dynamics, but I also see it's also really playing out in some kind of work you're supposed to do in the world. This can be communicating through your writing or communicating creatively or communicating through a medium like this, through YouTube, through the realm of video or film, or writing that book you've been meaning to write. Getting on, you know, putting together that album. I feel like there's some kind of view, there's some kind of perspective you have to share, and it's through your words. And you're looking to have some real reach with this, okay? Holding the whole world there in your hands, looking out at the horizon. There's something that you're bringing forward, and it's through your communication, and it can be through any medium. I do feel there's creative energy involved in that, though, because we have the Empress here, and the Empress is all about that creative energy. It's also about pursuing this, you know, putting your energy toward this. You know, maybe at this point it's just sort of like a vision you have, because when we're looking at the Two of Wands, it's very much this energy of, okay, like I see this thing that I want to call in, and I know I want to reach a lot of people with this. I want to reach a lot of people because there's really this sense of, I have a message. I have a message I want to put out there. And it's aligned with my truth. And I know this is what I need to do. And there is very much like this came in from spirit for you. You felt like this comes from the highest place, also within myself, for those of you who just relate to like your higher consciousness. This is about some higher vision you have, that you want to have an impact, not just in your life, but for the benefit of others as well. And it comes through communication, it comes through words, it comes through some kind of creative expression. And I think right now it's just sort of like you got the vision. Ted just affirmed that. He's like, oh, you know, yes, you have this vision. You already have this vision. It's something that you've already been kind of like daydreaming about. You've been looking towards your future and sort of like ruminating on it. It's been all in this mental space right now. You're considering, how can I call this thing into being, right? And I think that you know, and there's a confirmation here because we have a major here showing up. We have the Empress. And this is saying, yes, this vision is going to be successful for you. Look at that crown that's on the tip of the sword, and those laurel leaves, which are the leaves that are used to make the wreath of victory. So there is something here that you're aligning with, and it's going to bring you an incredible amount of success. It's also going to be like your thing. You're really going to be in your element with this. And there's going to be so much prosperity that comes forward in your life as a result of this. I definitely see where you are wanting to see material gain, where you're wanting to get in a better place financially, abundantly. you're growing something here. You are growing something here, and your heart's in it. And that's what's really fueling what you're bringing forward. You are weaving more beauty into your world and into the world of others. There's some kind of like higher vision here that wants to come through some expression that you're bringing forward, some communication you're bringing forward. And it's absolutely happening in the realm of your connections with others and your relationships with others. This is also about absolutely knowing your worth, knowing your value, and really wanting to connect with somebody that can meet you on that level where you see eye to eye with each other, okay? And we do see here this crown. It's like crown of stars on the Empress's head, and it's making me think of that journey of Ishtar, going down underground into the underworld, to do that dance of the seven veils, to shed the illusions, to dance with the shadow, and do all this release work, and to learn about the medicine of boundaries, the boundaries around doing this kind of sacred work, of going to these deep places within oneself, to understand that that's like a real, like, holy, 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 holy journey. And I think that Air Sign Collective, you've been in this process. You dove real deep. You dove real deep into the shadow. And just bringing Libra in regard to this, because Libra is showing up very strongly here. Libra really kicked off that Pluto work. It's like the whole collective has been moving in this direction with that Plutonian energy, doing that South Node Scorpio work. But Libra kicked it off way back when. So Libra collective has kind of had a little jump start on this. They've really been doing that work in the shadow, and they're just at the final, like, last little bit of integration with that. This is really a sign that, you did that work. You're not lying to yourself. You're very much in alignment with your truth. You've embraced the truths. You've embraced the harsh truths. You let them cut you. You let them cut you open. You didn't get wounded in this. It's sort of like it's the wound is where the light got through for you. It's what sets you free. It's what sets you free. It's like a cracking open. It's not like your heart wasn't broken. Your heart was broken open. And there's something that really got birthed inside of you that aligned you with the truth of who you are. And you're in this place now where you're creating from that space. You are getting to the other side of this. And the thing about Ishtar is she, meets with Ish Kriegel after she comes to Ish Kriegel completely naked, stripped of everything. And a lot of you air sign collective, you may be feeling like this. Like, what more could I possibly let go of? What more could I possibly release? I've let go of everything. I have been stripped of everything, save for myself and what I can build and create for myself and my own beating heart and where it's calling me now. I have been stripped of everything. This isn't about having foolish pride. This is about me standing in my truth and finally getting to that place where I can really embody my rising up from the ashes of what was, so I can come into the light of what I'm stepping into now and all the ways that it's going to reveal itself to me in the abundance and in the beauty that I'm creating in my life now, because I spent enough time slogging through hell. That's really what that's about. Because Ishtar rises as Inanna, queen of the heavens. And I'm brought to this because Inanna, queen of the heavens, is often symbolized with a crown of stars. Some of you may be taking up astrology. That's just coming in. You might be really fascinated by astrology. Some of you are just starting to get acquainted with your charts. You're starting to learn more about it. I recommend Air Sign Collective. If you haven't gotten your natal chart, I recommend it for everybody, but it's coming in as a strong message for Air Sign Collective in this cycle. Really, get acquainted with your chart, understand the progressions, understand the transits. There's something about this that's going to help you really create your way forward, in a very dynamic way where you can, line up your actions and your choices to be most harmonious with when it's really going to put you in the pathway of success. Okay. I feel like you're getting your confidence back. I don't feel like you're mincing your words at this time. You don't have a problem speaking your truth. You ain't got nothing to hide. After you've shed the 7 veils, you ain't got nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? So this is very strong energy. This looks really good. Keep pouring your energy into your creative projects. Keep focusing on your health. Keep pouring into yourself and whatever makes your wild little heart happy, okay? Because beautiful things are growing from it. But we do know you're about to take some action. And I said that right here. You had your baseline for this, okay? Is coming in as a crossing position. And it's been here at the crossroads for a while. And it's just starting to turn up. So this lets me know this is the action that you're about to take. So let's have a look at it. Mm-hmm. 5 of Cups. You are just about to move out of your sense of loss and despair and holding on to the pain and holding on to the hurt and holding on to the dreams of yesterday and what didn't turn out as you thought it would. So you can turn around and see that 2 of Cups that's waiting for you on the other side. You're supposed to come into alignment with somebody. Let's find out about this. Who are you coming into alignment with? Maybe you had some kind of self-sabotaging energy in play in the past. Maybe you had gone a little cold in your heart. Maybe you had grown a little bitter, a little resentful. You might have also had a little bit of, desire to settle a score, to teach a lesson, perhaps. I say that because I have the Queen of Hearts in the shadow on the bottom of the deck here, but it is water sign collective. I'm taking this in 2 ways, though, okay? So it could be in relation to a water sign that you dealt with that somehow maybe was a third party element in a relationship that was lost. Maybe this is why you have this regret. This is why you're looking back at the past, because you had loss in a relationship due to third party interference. Could have been from a Queen of Hearts, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, operating in the shadow. All right. I also see this as in relation to that for those of you that dealt with a third party situation where there was interference in a relationship that you had and you're feeling some sense of loss or grief around this. You may have the shadow tendency within yourself because with that Scorpio energy coming in there with that Queen of Hearts in the shadow, we have to look at the Scorpio South Node. You need to rise up into the Taurus North Node. We know this for you to really come into your Empress energy and all this awesome stuff that's on deck for you. You need to transform that shadow. So you might be needing to still transform a little bit of like your anger and your rage. We have to know that when we feel a sense of loss, a sense of hurt, what's actually kind of at the forefront that people most often recognize is this like aggression, this rage, this, desire to get revenge. I mean, Scorpio energy, it can bring out the stinger. And when does Scorpio bring out the stinger? Scorpio brings out the stinger when there has been some kind of real attack to its intimacy or its vulnerability. You may have felt like Air Sign Collective, maybe you were in some kind of position where you were in a vulnerable state. Maybe you had some kind of loss that really was a blow to your confidence. And this is when there was some kind of interference in a relationship that came in. Or maybe it was because of this loss. You had such a blow to your self esteem that it started to have a negative impact on your relationship. Or perhaps you were in a relationship with somebody who talked down to you or played mind games with you or emotionally messed with your head. And that put you at a disadvantaged place where you didn't have the confidence you normally had. And this is what sabotaged your connection, this shadow aspect awakening in you, this quality in you that needed healing and to be transformed. This could also be wanting to teach somebody who interfered in your situation a lesson, wanting to get payback, all right? Wanting to call somebody out. We do see that Ace of Swords there, wanting to cut off some bullshit, wanting to cut off the BS. One on the clock. Oh, are you going to get your chance to do that? You just may get your chance to do that. You may just get a chance to call somebody out on their BS. Isn't that interesting? Maybe that is a really strong stance you need to take in order to truly embody your truth, your sense of self-worth, your value, all right? You might need to stand on it. You might need to speak a strong truth. You might need to speak a strong truth to this person. Okay. But I do see there's this piece about what is behind the anger. What is always behind the anger is the tenderness, is the softness, is the place of the wounding. And when we're looking at this, and the Scorpio energy is coming in very strong with this for this particular pile. So maybe some of you air signs have strong Scorpio placements. And when we're talking about strong Scorpio placements in these reads, we're looking at Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, North Node, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Pluto, or a loaded house. So for Scorpio, that would be the 8th house. So if you have a significant placement, like let's say you have your Venus is in the 8th house, even if it's not in the sign of Scorpio, that still is a strong placement and would have an effect. So get to know your chart. There's that piece again. Get to know your chart. But I think you're going to get your opportunity to speak a truth. And right behind that, we have the Ace of Clubs in reverse. Okay. It's also in the shadow. I think this is where you're going to need a little tempering. We have the 5 of Spades in the shadow. Okay. You're really wanting to let somebody have it. Two of Spades in the light, tempering air sign collective, tempering. This is a trap. This is a trap. Remember, you can really trip yourself up at this time. There's opportunity for great success. There's also opportunity for great failure. To be the fool that walks off that cliff and has a great fall. I just heard like heavy is the head that wears the crown. There's all this like crown symbolism here. It's like there's something you've been really working towards and building towards, and it absolutely is foundational in all the healing work you've already done. So don't screw it up now. If you allow yourself to go this way, I get it. You have a truth to speak. Okay. Well, you can speak a truth with strength. You can call somebody out while still staying in your power by not like stooping to their level. Okay. You don't need to go blow for blow. That's not necessary. And maybe what you're missing here is, yes, we're talking about the truth, using the words to express truth. But did you ever think that maybe like the work that you're doing or the way that you're going to be moving forward in this phase of your life that you're entering now, that's sort of like that's the proof in the pudding. It will be evident what the truth is in the situation. everything will be very clear. I feel like almost by you just staying within your strength and your power and what you know to be true for yourself, and not feeling the need to kind of like correct anybody else, even if they did do something foul against you. It's sort of just like, let them have their path and let them have their own moments of education on that path. You don't need to be responsible for that. What's important is that you know what's true inside of yourself and that you make choices from that place. And that what you allow to communicate is how you are embodying your path now, how you are moving forward, the moves you're making. Because what you're building, okay, what you are creating and what you're stepping into with this Empress energy will speak for itself. There's no need for you to try to get back your sense of dignity if you feel like somebody tried to humiliate you or strip you of your dignity. Don't you see? It's clear. It's clear. It's clear to everybody around you. You're the only one who can't see it. So it's a bit of like really becoming aware of the work that you've done in this regard, okay? Really becoming aware of the work you've done in this regard. Right. I want to make sure I have the deck upright. I didn't even shuffle those. It was just all what came in on the bottom there. A lot coming in for the Air Collective. Do look where you have house activation in your charts if you don't have any air placements. So for Gemini, that would be the third house, the house of communication. For Libra, that would be the seventh house, the house of relationships. And for Aquarius, that would be the 11th house, where there's a lot of Pluto action going on right now. And that's the house of like your friends, your social circle, your network, okay, your community. So have a look and see if you got any action going on in those houses, if you have strong placements there, even if they're not in an air sign, because they could be speaking in those sectors of your life in regard to that. So just to help you out with that as you navigate this, you know, as you get to know your chart. So let's say you have like a stellium, you have 3 planets loaded in your 7th house. They're not in Libra, they're in a different sign. So you want to look at what sign they're in. That will give you like an idea of another influence coming into play in the area of relationships. And you would know that in your relationships, you are dealing with a situation where you're being asked to not try to get even, seek revenge, stoop to somebody else's level, even if they did you dirty by getting back at them. That your best blockage coming in. Yeah, do you notice blockage? It's being blocked. Don't go there. Don't go there. Okay, just don't go there. It's not, it might be instant gratification, but it's not really what's going to lead you to where you want to go. Okay, so this is about you tempering that, okay, and just letting your like moment of like kind of like the big payback be where you end up landing on the other side of this connection that went south. All right, because you're gonna have everything to celebrate. I mean, Empress, we couldn't hope for anything better. That is you stepping into the destiny. Your destiny is being activated. You know, sometimes you get dealt a really rough hand, but it's like that's the making of something you can't even imagine right now. All right, so don't sabotage yourself with that. You know, focus on what you're building and understand the way, by focusing on this, by continually looking at how you were done wrong or what somebody did to you and how it appears that they're getting away with it. Okay. It appears that there's no repercussions, all right? And it's not for you to dole those out, right? We got to look at this stuff. This is shadow stuff. By you fixating on that, you're sabotaging yourself and you're holding yourself back. And you need to reroute this and you need to release that, because there's alignment coming in for you. That 5 of Cups, we know that if you just stop looking at this, if you turn around, the person that you're supposed to align with is right there. They're waiting for you. This is a soulmate, but you're looking back at, this mess. Why would you even want to look back at that mess? It's a mess. Leave them to clean it up. You head in the new direction. You go where you need to go. And this could be in relation to a friendship. It could be in relationship to like some kind of creative project you were working on, where some kind of third party influence came in and it like destroyed the whole project, and you felt really disappointed by that. It could be a family falling out. You have to apply it as it speaks to you, but it's something that really hit you in the heart, okay? And it hurt. It hurt. And you weren't treated fairly. And we know this because you got Ace of Swords here, which means you got truth and justice on your side. All right. So there's something here. It will be rectified, but you don't need to worry about how it's rectified for what happened back there. Let go of how that turns out. It's none of your business anymore. And it's none of your concern. You got something waiting for you. The feast is being planned for you. You just got to get a seat at the table and stop looking back at stop looking back at this. It never would have filled you up anyway. Okay. So any last words of guidance for Air Sign Collective, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius in regard to this? Any other guidance for Air Sign Collective, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius in regard to this situation and moving through these next 6 months in the most empowering way so we don't screw it up? I got a lot of air in my chart. A lot of Libra. Five planetary placement. Libra stellium, including sun and rising, all in the first house of Aries. Ooh, okay, this has popped up here in the middle of the deck. Popped up in middle of the deck, and it's in the light. There's your victory. That's what you can't see. The 6 of Wands. You feel like, one thing about an Ace of Swords is also about trust. You feel like you've been done dirty by spirit, some of you. I'm getting this. Some of you feel like you've been done dirty by spirit. You're like, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. I've been moving correct. And I've just watched a bunch of people around me move real foul. And why am I here sitting in this position dealing with this BS? And I'm waiting to move forward. And I'm watching all these people who moved foul. Things are just lining up for them. And you think because of how it's playing out right now, that somehow you've been left out or you have been forgotten or that there's nothing for you. And you're feeling a real unfairness about that, right? I really feel there's a lot of that changing of the South Node energy coming in with this really, really strongly for Air Sign Collective, because in July, when those nodes of destiny change, the South Node of Scorpio is going into Libra, which is all about like the point where the karma is doled out. It's like, okay, now's the time when the piper will be paid. And I feel there's this energy here where Air Sign Collective is really feeling like there's a sense of unfairness. And when we're looking at that unfair equality, it's reminding me of that Libra South Node, because Libra is the scales of justice. Libra is the only sign represented by an inanimate object. And that inanimate object archetype is there because it's about being completely impartial. It's about doing what is balanced, what is the balanced choice that takes into account all factors in the situation, all energies in play, all people involved, and making a decision that may not be the choice that you want to make, because it's not necessarily the easy choice, but it's the fair choice. And I feel like a lot of air sign collective has been dealing with some situation that is not fair. It's not fair. It's coming through very strongly. Something happened here that was not fair. It was not fair. And there's this sense of injustice. So when there's a sense of injustice, or things aren't right, or spirit's forgotten about me, or what about me? You know, what about me? What about my new beginning? What about my way forward? There's really this need to temper and come into a place of trust. Just trust, because you've got so many signs of success and overcoming. And I think you're going to get to that place where you're going to straighten your crown. And maybe some of you really felt like that, like you felt unfairly, kind of like, I don't know why I keep getting this, almost like somebody tried to like take you down a notch. Like maybe you were really feeling good about something you were creating for yourself in your life, or a direction you were heading in, or a relationship you were in, or you know, whatever you want to put on it. It could be any situation, but there was something in your life that you were feeling really good about. And I feel like almost like we have to look at the astrology in play. There could have been some jealousy involved, or there could have been some competitiveness involved in relation to that around you. And because of that, it's sort of like people wanted to like humiliate you, or like kind of take you down a notch, you know? These kind of elements in play. It has that, what is that movie? It was a book. It was a book first. Cruel Intentions. It has that vibe. It's reminding me of that Cruel Intentions. It's that kind of vibe. It's got that feel to it. It's got that feel to it. But this is coming in as an affirmation, like, no, you're gonna get your success. You're gonna get your success, and things will be balanced out. Okay. Six of clubs is victory. It's overcoming adversity. Let's go ahead and get another here. Tell us about the success. Tell the air sign collective what they need to know about the success that is assured. Give some more clarity. Okay, we got another light card coming out here. Success over what you've been worried over, what you've been stressing over. You've been seriously stressed out about this. It's taking up too much mental space. And it's because I really get this. You feel like it's really unfair. There's been a lot of anxiety about this. There's been a lot of sleepless nights over this. There's been a lot of like stuck in your head. Maybe you felt really stuck. You haven't known what to do. For some of you, you've really been in a fear space, you know? Yeah, this is really like, you know, this is taking a toll on you. When you're at the nine of spades, you know, that's right before you hit stick a fork in it, it's done. You know, some of you have really been dealing with an unfair situation for a long haul, and it's been hard on you. It's been hard on you. But this is transforming. This is coming into the light. Like you're not going to need to worry. You're taken care of. So I feel like what's really coming forward now for Air Sign Collective is you need to work on releasing your anger. You need to work on releasing your anger in healthy ways. Okay. I think you need to get it out of your body. Work with a little bit of that glow up energy. Take up an exercise practice. Okay. And it can be exercise that you enjoy. I think it would be good if you enjoy it. And I think it would be great if it could be like emotionally cathartic for you too. So maybe work with a medium like dance, where you can kind of move creatively and not worry about how you're dancing either. Like dance ugly. Just let your emotions come out. Let your rage come out through the dance. Let your grief come out through the dance. Just dance all your medicines into being so they can be fully embodied in you, and free yourself from focusing on this energy, and just pour all of your attention, all of your love, all your drive, all your ambition, all of your awareness on whatever this is that you've already set in motion, that you're growing and you're building this inspiration you have, because you are meant to bring this into existence. You're meant to follow through with this. It's going to be very successful for you. And when you get to the other side of this, you're going to realize that all of this that happened, it was such a blessing for you. Sometimes rejection is protection. Sometimes what looks like a loss actually ends up being the very thing that gives you a big win. All right. And you're being asked to trust right now. Trust and release that need to fix it um, through healthy means. Okay. Through healthy means. Hey, man, you know, go and punch a pillow if you need to. You need to get it out physically, when you have like pent up aggression, anger like that. The thing is it's like a wall of fire that's blocking what really needs to come out, which is a deep sense of hurt and like grieving. Sometimes if you've been through a long period where you've been through a lot of loss, a lot of hurt, a lot of heartache, a lot of what feels like unfair situations, you can reach this place where you're just sick and tired of feeling sad like that because it makes you feel very disempowered. It can start to feel like you're in a weak position. So sometimes it's almost like you have to kind of like fake it till you make it, right? You kind of like need to build yourself up. You need to generate some of that fire. And well, sometimes that fire ends up being like this firewall, okay, that protects you from anybody else being able to kind of come towards you at a time of great vulnerability, or a time when you feel really violated, or where you feel like there was some kind of breach in your intimacy. You have to put up this firewall to protect anybody coming close to you to doing any further damage, because it's almost like it's kind of, I don't know why I'm like I had this come in the other day too. It's like reminding me of the video games when the like you're low on power, and then here comes this guy that's like, finish him, and it's sort of like you got to put up your firewall protection, man, because you need to get your juice back up, right? You need to get your juice back up. So when you got this fire, the thing about fire though is you give fire too much space, it can start to rage out of control. So when you're in a place where your fire's out of balance, you want to make sure you're releasing it, in safe, healthy ways that aren't going to do damage to your life and have you saying things or taking certain actions that might feel gratifying in the moment. But down the road, you're going to realize that you really like burned some bridges that you shouldn't have burned, and you really screwed yourself up. And you just sacrificed all of this, amazing success and beauty and abundance, and really being in your element and having your crown back on, and like being in touch with yourself again, and feeling that confidence that took a hard blow. Okay. You're going to sacrifice all that. So work it out, man. Work it out. I don't care. Work it out of your tissues. Get yourself moving. Go on a hike to the top of the mountain, scream it out at the top of the hill. Do whatever you need to do. Write out some nasty letters, burn them. Don't ever send them. Once you get behind that anger, that resentment, those fiery emotions, once you get through your firewall, you're going to actually get to the heart of what's there. And that's when you're going to finally be freed from this. I feel like you haven't actually fully done this yet. And I think that that's why this was in that crossroads position, but it was starting to move up. You're going to get through that wall of fire, and you're going to finally grieve. You're going to finally get out your last bit of grief that's tethering you to this past experience. And for some of you, it goes really deep. Some of you, it's not even something recent, something it goes way, 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 way back. And some of you might have some kind of addiction too that you're healing in relation to this, that maybe you took on at one point as a coping mechanism. With the cups, I'm really getting the piece that like alcoholism, or turning to like partying too much as a way to numb out or disconnect. I also could see it as food, turning to food. So I think this is something that you're getting through all this. I think you've been through a long healing process. You're getting to the other side of it. You just need to move this anger and this aggression you're feeling, because once you move that fire, you got some fire you can use to actually direct it in a healthy way too. Once you clear out the excess, right? So you're not acting impulsively, once you clear out that aggression, that anger, that desire to get even, and move it out physically with some exercise, you're going to feel a lot clearer headed. You'll get that grief to move, and then you'll be able to use that fire instead to invest in, fueling your ambitions for the future and what you're wanting to grow now. And it looks good. It looks really good. All right. Okay. We're going to go into fire sign collective now. That was pretty thorough. And I'm going to write down for fire. We got 13532. All right. Whew. A lot going on, man. A lot going on in the ether and in the air. Okay, fire. You had a bunch of stuff come out, so let's check out what you got going on. We know that you're heading towards healing. Okay, we know you're heading towards healing. We know you're heading towards a feeling of celebration. I feel like it's your celebration that you're feeling. What I'm just getting intuitively right now before even looking at the other cards is it's some kind of personal triumph. I feel it's like triumph over something that really held you back in the past. The best revenge is healing ourselves and not hurting other people the way they hurt us. Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. And we see here there's a Page of Cups. Okay. Star. We got the Three of Wands. We got the Nine of Pentacles. And we got the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, this looks really good. Fire sign collective. You got a lot of really good stuff coming in here, okay? Really good stuff coming in here. I think that you are in a place where you've done a lot of healing work. You feel like you got over something that was holding you back internally. It wasn't easy. I think you were in a process of, releasing something. I feel like you were in the process of releasing something for a long, long time. Some of you, I'm going to bring it in because I mean, it's kind of tying in for some reason. It's tying in. It's making me think maybe because I'm seeing the Five of Cups right there. For some of you, this could be that you are releasing a certain pattern of behavior, that you've healed some kind of pattern of behavior that you realized was kind of holding you back on a certain level in the past, maybe even holding you back emotionally. Maybe fire signs, you were having trouble kind of being emotionally vulnerable and expressing your emotions. And this might have had something to do with some kind of pattern that kept you in a space where you couldn't really go into like the depths of your emotions and that emotional vulnerability. I just say that because we have the Page of Cups energy coming in here. And there is a fish here in the cup, all right? So, I mean, Pisces energy coming in. You might have a Pisces placement in your chart, or you might have a 12th house activation in your chart. 12th house is the blind spot, like what you can't see. I think that you always kind of kept things sort of light in your connections. Light in your connections, maybe because you just didn't feel safe really opening up your heart, really letting your emotional truth be seen. But I feel like you've been doing some work around this, and maybe you've been working with that Piscean energy a bit. And we do have Saturn in Pisces right now. So perhaps you've been looking at some of the ways you've tried to be too controlled, too logical when it comes to your emotions. That you've tried to explain away what you feel instead of sort of like entering into the place of more like flow and allowing your imagination to come forward and allowing more of the playfulness to come forward. Maybe you've kind of taken things too heavy. I almost feel like you've been trying to put like your emotions in a box, and that's not what you're meant to do. You're meant to flow with them. There may have even been some desires that you've had, some things that sort of really speak to your heart, that get you excited, that maybe you think are a little unusual or unconventional or what other people might not understand. And so, in some ways, you kind of held these parts of you back. But I feel like either way, you're starting to kind of take a risk to open up. I feel like you're opening up your heart again. I feel like you're allowing yourself to get in touch with your emotions again. Maybe you're also kind of like looking back at some ways you like, oh, I can kind of see where my behavior was a little like suspect there. You might be looking at some ways you were maybe acting a little fishy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just noticing the fish in the cup, just like maybe you feel like you weren't really emotionally authentic in a connection. Maybe you withheld your feelings in a connection. You didn't really want somebody to know the depth of your feelings in a connection. And so you kind of played it off sort of light, sort of casually. Maybe this has caused some kind of issues in a connection where, maybe that connection was lost. Hmm. Maybe also in the past there was a tendency to find yourself in third party situations, or maybe you kind of kept things light. Maybe you played the field instead of just going really deep with somebody. Maybe this has caused people to have trust issues with you in the past, or there might have been a water sign energy that you were dealing with that kind of put you in this space or put you in a third party situation. Why is the water coming forward like this? I mean, with the fish in the cup, it does show there's like this energy, a little suspect. Maybe you received a message from this person recently. Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, okay? There's something here that you've had a hard time trusting the emotions. Again, let's bring in the Scorpio piece because of the Scorpio South Node. So this could be that you're starting to understand that there's some stuff that's been working in the undercurrent emotionally within you. There's some things that are coming to light for you, some emotional healing that you've needed to do because you realize that you haven't always moved correctly, or you haven't always been honest emotionally about what you're feeling in your romantic connections. And because of this has led to some kind of like awkward situations. It's also led to some missed connections. It's also kept you from going really deep into a place of intimacy in a relationship, partially because you haven't felt like you could trust. And I think that you're starting to understand why you've allowed yourself to be emotionally held back. Um, some of this also might be you've allowed yourself to get in compromising situations where maybe it was a third party dynamic and it was sort of one of these things of, well, better to have some connection than none. This might be some kind of pattern of just sort of like settling because of something you learned from the mother, something that was passed down from the mother. I'm getting that with kind of the Cancer energy coming in. This could also be with that sort of Piscean influence coming in with that Page of Cups, as well as looking at the 12th house. It's also giving me, the Neptunian vibes and looking at ways that maybe you sort of disconnected yourself from your emotions as well through maybe turning to alcohol or some other kind of coping mechanism or partying or maybe just putting on a front like, yeah, everything's great, I'm happy, everything's fine, when really what you're feeling inside is something very deep that you're grappling with. I do feel like you've been doing a lot of healing. I see that because we have the star card here. Okay, so that lets me know that you went into a real deep dive and you've been doing a lot of cleansing work. You've been cleansing away the past. You've been probably shedding a lot of tears as well. I think you've been processing a lot of grief. I think you went through a period of time. It might have even been during Aquarius season. So, like tail end of January through February, you might have felt like you really, felt like you finally started to see the light at the end of this tunnel. I think it was a real long, dark tunnel that you had been through. For a while you didn't know if you were ever going to get to the light on the other side. I think that you see a lot of light on the horizon, you know? You notice there's not just one star here. I mean, I do feel there's one focal point. There's some kind of happiness that's coming into view for you. It's sort of where you have your focus centered, you know, fixated. But I also see that there's a lot of, you know, opportunities for happiness coming in around you. And maybe you're also kind of gathering some people, like you got a new circle of people, a new cast of characters coming in that are going to bring happiness into your life as well, that are going to give you more hope, maybe hope in people again, you know, that you can have, you can have connections that feel really fulfilling and really rewarding. I do feel like you're starting to see the light peek through. I think you've been waiting a long time for things to kind of lighten up. I feel like you went through that long, dark passage. And I see you doing a lot of like spiritual cleansing too. I think it would be really helpful to get some spiritual baths in, would be very helpful for you through this cycle. You know, you might want to work with that energy on the new moon, solar eclipse in Aries on the 20th. You might want to give yourself some kind of spiritual bath, just being symbolic of really washing away, releasing the old cycle. And I mean, there's lots of ways you can do that. You can take a soak in a tub with the 2 cups of Epsom salt, 2 cups of baking soda, and adding whatever flowers or herbs or any kind of crystals, any other elements you want to bring into that bath, whatever speaks to you and is symbolic for you. You could also, you know, do an herbal pour over. You can make a tea infusion and hold the intention in that. You can just do a crown pour. And that can also be very beneficial. Oh, and that's kind of cool. It's sort of tying in this piece for me. It's reminding me of the Empress's crown that came up in air, you know, that the crown of stars. And I'm seeing this too. Look, it's sort of like there's these crowning stars here too. It's like star on the rise, like fortunes on the rise. I really got that for you. I feel like there's also people that you're connecting to that will really feel. They'll put you in your feels. They're going to make you want to open up your feelings. That's that's sweet. I think they're really going to fill your cup, is what I was going to say, because it's almost like this is almost forming like a cup energy here too. It's like an ace of cups, and it has your happiness in it. You know, there's this happiness coming in for you. It's on the other side of everything that you've healed and you've integrated. Okay. And it is coming in. You've been waiting a long time, and here your ships are coming in on the horizon. You see it. You're going to see this coming in for you. And a lot of it has to do with your individual strength and empowerment. It's very interesting because 9 of Pentacles is pre-Empress energy. So it's very interesting, the tie-ins here. This is you really being in your element. This is you feeling happy, content with yourself. This is you doing work that you really enjoy, that is rewarding and is also putting you in a position of financial abundance. This is you finally being at a place of peace. It's like all the work, all the struggle, all the challenges, and finally you get this moment where you can just exhale and you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. You're entering a place of a lot of security and stability. You're grounded. You look good. You're you know, a big makeover energy. You know, 9 of Pentacles, it looks good. You know, it looks so good to be in this place of just abundance and knowing yourself and really in your element, knowing your worth, knowing your value, feeling good about who you are, feeling good about the choices you've made, the way you've moved. You know, I see somebody who's done a lot of deep work here. I think you're going to be continuing to do that work. You're not quite done with it yet. You're still in a period of doing some more purification. Okay, this is pre-Empress energy. So there's still some healing work to do here. And I feel like you are focusing on that right now. And there's some things that are still surfacing in you that you're not quite, you know, in touch with yet. And you're coming to understand aspects of yourself or certain choices you made a little more clearly, okay? And all of this is going to be leading you to an integration point. And I do feel like this star energy, the star, this big star in the center there, it's the brightest star in the galaxy. It's the sun. And this is really reminding me of that Leo season when we have Aries take over that position of the North Node. And this is really showing me that, you know, by the time you reach that point, you will have done this healing integrative work that you've needed to do. You will know where your happiness lies and you will find it. And there will really be this reason to celebrate. You're going to see it manifest. You're not going to be like waiting around for this. It will be there. And it's just about waiting for it to arrive while you do this, you know, healing work, and letting your focus and your intention be on really understanding yourself emotionally, getting in touch with your emotions, clearing away the last little bit of the heaviness of those emotions, as well as experiencing any healing you need to experience with another. And then you're going to see everything's going to open up for you. Everything's going to open up for you. There's some new opportunity that's going to be coming in for you that allows you to head in a new direction with your work. It's going to be really rewarding for you. And you should definitely take this opportunity when it comes in. It's possible you might need to go to another location in order to take this opportunity. You might need to move to take this opportunity, or there might be some kind of travel or mobility involved with this opportunity. But it definitely leads to big success, and you should take up the offer. I get this. It's definitely a turn of fortune in your favor with the Wheel of Fortune here. There could be fixed signs involved in this opportunity. Okay, so that could be Scorpio, that could be Aquarius, that could be Taurus. Who am I forgetting? Taurus. Leo. Leo. Or you could have one of those signs strongly aspected in your chart. There's something about this. There's something that happens in relation. I feel like there's some fixed signs involved in your situation. There's something that happens. Remember, there's this piece that's coming in about one action leads to a chain reaction. And I feel like it's the action of fixed signs that you're connected to, what the choices they make, one thing is going to lead to another that leads you to your forward momentum into your destiny with this Wheel of Fortune here. And it sees you landing in a place of really being satisfied where you land, big success. So I think you're waiting to see what an Aquarius, what a Leo, what a Taurus, or what a Scorpio, might be up to, what they might be doing. There might be some healing work as well, or something you need to close or address on an emotional level with these signs too. And that's what's going to get the momentum moving forward for you. And you'll step into your destiny. I see you being very self satisfied, and your energy to me feels highly independent. Highly independent. The fire sign energy is feeling highly independent. Highly independent. And maybe that's because that's where the focus needs to be right now, because it's not until all this movement happens and all the players involved in your situation take their actions and make their positions clear, do you see the turn of fortune that fate has in store for you, that has you stepping into your destiny. And it's one of success. And I feel it's highly independent. A lot of you, it's career oriented. It's something you're creating in terms of the work you do and how you do that work. You're really wanting to feel fulfilled by your work. You're wanting to do work that really satisfies you. You're not wanting to settle. You're not wanting to settle for the rat race, and you're also wanting to have a life. And I feel like maybe you've been working really hard for a long time and you're just wanting more pleasure. A lot of you are wanting to travel more. You're wanting to see see distant horizons. You know, you're wanting to experience different things and just kind of open up to a whole new dimension in your life and open up a new chapter in your life that has a lot more invested in actually living and having fun, you know, and experiencing the rewards of the work you've done. You know, some of you have just been working, 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 working. It's like, yeah, it pays bills, but I'm a slave to my job. I have no freedom. You know, I have no freedom to enjoy my life. I have no time to actually appreciate all this abundance that I've accrued. And that's changing. That's changing. There's something that's changing about your work. A lot of people are going to be striking out on their own in the Fire Collective. You're going to be, you know, heading in your own direction. Some of you want to be entrepreneurs. You have some kind of business idea. Some of you are taking your work on the road. There's some kind of like mobility about your work. Maybe you've decided, hey, I want to be able to travel and still earn a good living. I'm going to take my gig on the road. Okay. So there's some piece of this, but do look for a really solid opportunity to come in for you. I think you're going to have quite a few opportunities to choose from, but there's one that really leads to your happiness. So keep your eyes on the prize and continue to do your healing work and get in touch with your emotions and what you're feeling, because yeah, you may have a lot of heavy emotions in there. You may still have some stuff to clear out, but it's so important to be connected with your emotions, what you feel, because that's what aligns you with your intuition and your instinct. So you can't cut that off. All right. You got to get in touch with what you're feeling. Feeling is healing, but it's also revealing. It will reveal to you the directions that you need to head in and the choices you need to make and what's best aligned with you. So let me go ahead and just get any clarification coming through for the Fire Sign Collective with these shadow light playing cards here. Any other guidance you want to give the Fire Sign Collective for Aries, Leo, Sagittarius about moving forward in this way towards this point of arrival? Ooh, oh my gosh. Okay. All right. All right. There's a lot here. I mean, I always take everything, even when a lot comes out. And that's interesting. That came out crossing, a shadow influence crossing on the bottom. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, we got Joker here operating in the shadow in relation to money. Okay, there is that money sign there. We were just bringing up finances. We were bringing up work. We got Queen of Diamonds, Earth sign collective, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. We did see that a fixed sign might be operating in your situation, coming in the shadow. Okay, we got Queen of Clubs, Fire sign collective, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, also coming up in the shadow. Okay. We got Eight of Spades, also in the shadow. Ooh, I got a strong message for Fire sign collective with this one. We got Eight of Diamonds in the light. Okay, I'm going to keep these separated so we can look at them individually. We got the Four of Clubs, also in the light. We have the Queen of Spades in the light. That's Air sign collective, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. We have the Queen of Hearts in the light. That's water sign collective, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Okay. We have the Four of Hearts in the shadow. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put it. I'm going to go ahead and put it over here on this though, because this came in after these cards in the light. We got the 10 of Diamonds in the shadow. We got the Queen of Diamonds in light. All right, this is interesting. This is interesting, okay? We got the 7 of Diamonds in the shadow. We got the 4 of Diamonds in the shadow. We got the Ace of Spades in the light. Okay, good. Good. I am glad because that was a lot of shadow there. I'm glad to see that come in there. We got the 2 of Clubs coming up in the light. We got the Jack of Clubs. That's your energy. That's your energy moving forward with passion and purpose in the light. You weren't moving correctly before, some of you. Some of you weren't moving forward. You know, those Those of you queens out there, the queen fire signs, you queen Aries, Leo, Sagittariuses, there's something you've been doing, you haven't been moving correctly. There's something here that needs to be transformed. I see there's a transformation of that energy with you moving forward with passion and purpose, realigned, moving forward correctly in the right way. After some kind of corrective influence comes in on your path. I'm envisioning this is probably in the form of a tower. We got the 2 of hearts, it's coming up in the light. We got the 9 of hearts coming up in the light. We got the 10 of spades coming up in the light. We got the 8 of diamonds coming up in the shadow. All right. And we got a wild card here that we're not looking at yet. Crossing influence, the crux of the matter, the core issue that needs to be overcome. So what I see here is that we got an earth sign energy and a fire sign energy. They're coming up as queens. Okay, so they're aligning with the feminine energy. They're coming up as in the shadow. This could be somebody that has earth and fire strongly aspected in their chart. This could be somebody who is playing some kind of manipulative games because they wanted money. Okay. There also might have been some kind of power struggle involved in this as well. This individual could use their sexuality to get what they want to get in terms of financial gain. This could be somebody you felt was using you for money. Fire signs, some of you, this could be you were wanting to get your hands on someone's money, or you were trying to entice somebody with money. Maybe you knew that money spoke to this person, and that's how you could kind of get what you wanted out of the situation. It has a bit of a clandestine vibe to it. It also has the feeling of not moving correctly. I also would say, and it's coming up, and I'm starting to get blockage around the throat as I'm starting to bring this in. Some of you be careful about get rich quick schemes. Be careful about getting pulled in onto some kind of money-making venture that is questionable in terms of its legalities. Because I do see an 8 of spades here coming up in the shadow, and this is big penalty box energy. It's not good. You know, you could end up really getting yourself in trouble and having the book thrown at you if you move incorrectly on this level in terms of monetary gain. So if somebody is presenting you some kind of opportunity, they want to cut you in on something, you feel tempted to take a risky move because you think, well, I'll just do it this once. It's going to give me a bunch of money, and, you know, then I'm set. You better be careful about that. It might not turn out the way you want, because look, we got this 8 of diamonds in the shadow. This is some kind of work that is being presented. It's some kind of money-making opportunity. It has this point to it that's like, get rich quick. I keep getting that, like a lot of money real fast. So I got kind of 2 different vibes coming in here. One vibe is that there's somebody who's using their sexuality to entice somebody and to manipulate somebody because they want to get their mitts on their money. Another way I'm seeing this is that this is somebody who is being presented an opportunity to come into some quick cash or some big money, but it's by doing something questionable. And they need to be very careful about taking that opportunity, because it could really land them in hot water. It won't turn out well. For some, this has to do, because of this 8 of diamonds, that has to do with the 8th house. So that's that Scorpio energy. This could have to do with an inheritance as well. This could be greedy people trying to get their hands on an inheritance. and there's some way that they're moving, it's not correct. I feel like this energy is about to get all caught up in its own web, because this 8 of Spades energy in the shadow means that there's this feeling of being trapped, like backing yourself into a corner. So if somebody's been moving incorrectly, they're about to be backed into a corner. Okay. This is some tower that has to be rectified. Got 2 feminine energies represented here. I feel like the feminine is forward in this. Looking, oh, this could be a bit of a coup too. This could be a bit of like a business coup, like where there's multiple partners involved in some kind of business enterprise, and then two people are splitting away to work together, and they're cutting somebody out. There's something shady about how they're. Ooh, Ted just confirmed that. So there's something shady about how this person is being cut out of this deal, though. Maybe it violates some kind of contractual agreement or something. Be live to that. Okay, that's something you need to be very, very mindful of. Something's not right in the money making department, in the work department. Something needs to be looked at there. Somebody's not moving correctly. Okay, you might already have an idea who this is, but coming up in the light, we see that you're going to rectify this. Okay, because where you had the 8 of Diamonds in the shadow, it's now in the future will be coming in the light. Okay, so there's some kind of transformation happening here. Maybe you are pulling yourself out of a compromising situation. Maybe you've recognized this. You know that it doesn't lead to anything good, anything worthwhile. Maybe you're worried that it could sabotage what you built for yourself. So you're pulling yourself out of this. You're deciding to invest your energy in a new direction. I think this is a wise choice. You have the 4 of Clubs coming up here. So this shows that this was a wise move. You know, moving away from this energy is a wise move. It leads you to some really secure foundation financially in the future. It also gives you something to really celebrate. And if you've been thinking of moving, I see you finding a home, you know, and it's kind of like, it's that dream home. It's that home you've always wanted to have for yourself. And there's this real like feeling like, yeah, I made it. I made it. You know, you preserve something here. There's a moment of success, something you're really celebrating here, but it's because you break away from this kind of energy. This could have something to do with a Queen of Spades. That's air sign collective. So that would be Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Okay. You might be investing in this with an air sign. Could also have a romantic relationship connected to this, with the Queen of Hearts coming in here. To see the Queen of Hearts coming in, to see the 4 of Clubs coming in as well, which is a real celebration card. It's about coming into alignment. So this could be you're coming into alignment with a soulmate. Maybe you're actually moving in with a soulmate. Maybe you're getting married to a soulmate. There's some kind of coming together in a new foundation. Somebody you can work with, somebody you're building with, something for the future, something you're really invested in. It's very heart based. This person could also have a strong water sign placement, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Okay. Or you could have one of those signs strongly aspected in your chart. It has love all over it. It has love after heartache all over it. Love after separation. There's a coming together. There's a new foundation. You can work together now. Maybe there was somebody who was interfering back here. Maybe you got caught up in this, you know, maybe you got caught up in this. But as you pulled away from this entanglement, it looks like an entanglement. There's a mess here. There's some kind of mess here. Entanglement. I don't know. Do you know people who know how to do some workings? I don't know. For those who are on the occult path and know people who, you know, do spell work or would move that way. This could be the case if somebody did some kind of binding work or was doing some type of control work, maybe trying to block your forward motion, trying to block your blessings. I feel like that's coming undone. That's coming undone. They might have even paid somebody to do this for them, just with that joker coming up there with the dollar signs on it. That's only for a few people, but I bring it in here at BroadCoven. I feel like you're getting free of this. For those that spoke to them, I feel like you already know how to unravel that energy. I feel like you're somebody that knows how to do alchemy work. I think you were able to reverse this. I think you picked it up. You're like, I think somebody's done something, and you knew how to take care of that. You cleared that energy out. You cleared that energy out. And I think once you realized like who's been working against you, you knew what you needed to move away from. The direction you needed to head into became very clear for you. You understood where your true alignment was. Air and water factoring strongly in that. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Yeah. And maybe you went through a period of like disappointment and, just feeling like nothing was happening or there wasn't going to be any forward momentum with this person or in this connection. It could also be that there needed to be like some kind of separation or break in this connection because maybe you two had become a little too enmeshed with each other. Maybe you had lost yourselves in your relationship with each other. Maybe you had been with this person for a long time already and you kind of reached that point in the relationship where it's like, okay, relationships change as time goes on. They're not always going to be like that initial like the pheromones and the chemical reaction, and maybe you kind of got a little bored for a while. You hit that like like a rut in your relationship. Maybe during that time you got enticed by somebody on the side and you explored that. This person ended up being, just in it for what they could get out of you. They ended up being in it just for the money, the status, what they could gain from you, the leg up they could get from you. It's got like user energy, and it's not an energy that doesn't move correctly. And maybe that made you appreciate what you had more. Kind of like, I don't want to be a player no more. You might be, the one who acted that out, or you might have dealt with somebody like that. But it feels like there's some kind of healing process you've been through. Yeah, and we see that here. There was a connection you had with the 10 of diamonds in the shadow, okay? You might have felt like this at one point was something that was confining for you, It just felt like you had it all, and yet you felt like you were still missing something, Maybe you thought that what was missing was on the other side of the fence. Like you thought the grass was greener on the other side, and you realized that what was really missing was you were missing in this situation. We got the Queen of Diamonds coming up here. Earth sign energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Coming up in the light. Coming up in the light. It's possible that this person has Earth in their chart as well, has an Earth placement in their chart. Maybe there's something that they transformed. They've been through a healing process. Maybe they've been doing a little shadow work too, because the Queen of Diamonds was coming up in the shadow initially. So this individual may have done some healing work. Maybe you did some healing work too. You both needed to do healing work. Maybe where you needed to transform your emotions was around, your sexual urges, just as soon as, there's familiarity and you enter into more deep intimacy in a relationship, that's not the time to go running and start like bringing other people into the mix and getting distracted with, casual hookups. I feel like that's a way you've always run away from commitment. It's like you avoid going to that deep place. You avoid going to that place of real depth and emotional intimacy. And this is a convenient way to bypass it. Just let's make the situation really complicated. Let's bring a third party into the mix. I think it's just about getting what I want sexually, but actually there's a lot more going on here. It's a way for me to really bypass connecting on a true level of intimacy with a person, going really deep with a person, investing with a person. I almost see this as you're healing some kind of relationship. A lot of you are healing a relationship where there was this unhealthy dynamic in play, and you're recognizing maybe at one point you vilified the other person. You're like, it's all you, it's all your fault. You went into kind of blame game with them. And then maybe you're actually realizing, maybe through watching this person here go to a place, like maybe you thought they didn't value themselves. Maybe you thought they didn't value um, what they bring to the table. Maybe you thought that they were just using you for something superficial. Maybe you thought that they were using you for money, or you had somehow, cast them as the bad guy. But maybe that was because you were afraid of going deep with this person. Because usually the Queen of Diamonds energy is very much about invested in commitment, dedicated, a partner that shows up. But I'm almost wondering if you did a little projection and if you might have cast this person in this role of villain, maybe accused them of trying to get their hands on what you built for yourself. And that caused you to use it as an excuse. Because like, well, if they're moving like this, then it's okay for me to go out, step out on the relationship, get it in on the side, bring in some third party dynamics, and you have to pick what side you're on. I feel like that's in play here in this situation on some level. And what you realized is something's been reflected to you, like as you've continued to do the work, as you've looked at your part in your romantic connections, you realize that that is actually a way that you keep yourself from going to a deep place. It's the way you kind of keep everything bobbing along the surface. And now, maybe after some time and some space, and you've gotten a different perspective, you're starting to realize that maybe you misjudged this person. Maybe you weren't seeing them correctly. It's very interesting because we got Empress energy over here. And so far, we have in coming up in the light over here, we have three queens. We have three queens. And the Empress energy is the embodiment of all the queens. The only queen that is missing here is the Queen of Clubs in the light. Okay. So that shows me like where the issue is that is needing transformation. It's um some of you have really dealt with dynamics where you let the wand rule you, like you've been thinking with the little head and you haven't been using your head. You know what I mean? A lot of you have been just too impulsive. You haven't really taken the time to sit and understand, why am I being so compelled to act out in this way, even though I know it's going to make a mess of things, even though I know this is just going to lead to a bunch of drama. Why am I feeling so compelled to move in this direction? And why do I get itchy feet as soon as it gets deep? As soon as I know that somebody is in love with me, that they're invested in me, that they really want to build with me and have a future with me. Why do I always get so uncomfortable at that point? And why do I always get drawn to those that are emotionally unavailable, those that are unable to show up? I feel like this is like this process of transformation. And I also feel like you're in that pre-Empress energy. So I feel like you've been doing this integrative work yourself. You've been getting aligned with your own truth. You've been telling yourself the truth. You're not lying to yourself about it anymore. You're not avoiding it. You've been getting in touch with your pain. You're starting to open up your heart. You're getting in touch with your emotions. You're allowing yourself to start to come into this place of vulnerability. You've also understood your worth, your value. You can stand on it. You know what you bring to the table. And you also feel pretty damn good about what you're growing for yourself financially and where you're at in that regard in terms of your just practical stability. But where you're stuck, where it appears, I don't know, we'll have to see if it comes up, but where you're stuck at this point is just this using sexuality as a way to disconnect, to hit the eject button as opposed to really using sexuality to connect deeply. There's something happening here about intimacy and impulsiveness that's getting in the way of you really connecting on a deep level. On the way, it looks like you really want to connect because we see the Four of Clubs coming up here, which is all about celebration and alignment with another and building with another and having a strong foundation in that and really being devoted to that because it feels good. Because it feels good, you know, because it's everything you've been looking for. Okay. And after that, we have the Seven of Diamonds coming up in the shadow. So that shows me, you know, there's been a lack of investment in that. That's what's been holding it back. The lack of investment, the lack of emotional investment has been what's been holding you back. And yes, this applies towards really reaching your goals with what you're trying to build for yourself financially as well. You've been holding off on making the investment. Why? Because of the risk. But anything that you're going to be gaining during this cycle, we know you're going to gain it. You got that Nine of Pentacles. That's pre-Empress energy. That's really stepping into a place of you're in your element. You've arrived. Like you've had some measurable success and you're very happy about it. And you're very fulfilled with where you've landed at that point in your life. But in order for you to get there, you got to be willing to invest. And it's a full investment. This is not half-assed investment. This is not 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It's I'm all in, I'm going all the way, and I'm seeing this thing through because I know that this is what I'm supposed to do, or I know you're who I'm supposed to be with. I want to have a future with you. I want to go deep with you. I want to build this with you. Okay. So this is about really getting clear and understanding that these things, these ideals that you're wanting to have, this quality of life you're wanting to build for yourself, not just practically and financially, but emotionally, it requires you to make an investment. And there will always be a risk in making that investment that maybe it won't turn out exactly as you envision, but it's what's required to even have an opportunity to see if it can be what you dream of, all right? And you don't know with that Four of Clubs showing up there in the light, maybe it turns out even better than you could hope for, right? But it requires you to actually be in it and invested and not continually complicating situations or destabilizing situations by being distracted and drawing other people into the mix or dealing with people that you know they are not emotionally available. Picking somebody that you know right off the bat, you got all the red flags that they're not emotionally available. That is a way that you can really sabotage yourself. And the way you're sabotaging yourself is from going deep, you know? You're sabotaging yourself from having the very thing you want, which is to go deep, but you're not recognizing that it's a little bit of you playing these tricks on yourself because you're scared. You're scared to take the risk. You don't want to be hurt. You don't want to be hurt. But we see there's healing here for you. There's celebration here for you. You don't need to be suspect of everybody that opens their heart to you and says, hey, I want to get to know you better. I care for you. I want to get to a deeper place with you, you know? I want to open up to this exploration with you. You don't have to be suspicious. Not everybody is coming forward to manipulate you or hurt you, you know? And the only way you can really discover if this person is who they say they are is you got to take the risk to trust them and you got to let them in your heart and you got to just take it as it comes. You can't, you know, plan it out. All right. Yeah. And I see that here. You've tried to plan it out too much with the Four of Diamonds coming up in the shadow. You've been so worried about your security that, you know, you won't let your walls down. You know, you don't just got a firewall. You got like a moat built around you. There's a drawbridge to your castle. It's like, you got to know the secret password in order to be able to get in. You know, you got to let down the defenses if you ever want to have what you're truly desiring. And I see that you're doing it because we got coming up in the light, Ace of Spades, right? It's your Ace of Spades. that's going to solve this. You know what you need to bring a close to. You've seen it at this point. It's being illuminated for you. It's going to continue to come to light for you over these next 6 months. You know what you need to release, and you know where you need to go, and you know exactly where you need to go, because it's the choice that actually scares you more. It scares you more. It scares you more because it requires you to actually show up. It requires you to actually invest, and it requires you to be present. Okay. And just, yeah, that side note about that sketchy work situation, you may want this dream home. You may want the finer things. You may feel like you have to keep up with the Joneses. You may want to live that, American dream, whatever it may be for you. But you know damn well that there's no shortcuts to success. And that if you really want true lasting success, it's about laying it on the right foundation. So don't take any shortcuts, all right? Or you'll regret it. And that applies not only in business, but also in matters of the heart. It applies not only in moving forward unethically in how you get your money, but it also is involving how you are treating people you're involved with unethically by not sharing the truth with them, or by trying to do things behind their back, or trying to be covert in any way, or the ways that you sabotage and lie to yourself and rip yourself off from having a beautiful emotional experience because you're not honest with yourself about what you really feel for somebody. Because that means, oh no, I got to be vulnerable now. Okay, so there's all these elements are coming in for the fire sign collective to look at. But I see you really have come to an awareness of this. This awareness will continue to grow. And it's going to give you a whole new perspective with the 2 of clubs. And Ted just gave an affirmative yes there. It's going to have you looking at things in a new way. And it's going to have you moving forward in a new way. Okay, so now we see your fire energy has shifted here, but it's coming up very much the masculine energy, that active energy, the driving force, moving forward purposefully. Okay, so fire signs, the masculine, they're knowing the right action to take at this point. Okay, so I see you do align with your passion, your purpose. You move forward correctly. There's this need for the feminine. Okay, not to use sexuality as a form of manipulation. That's what's being asked to be transformed there. Okay, for fire sign collective, not to use sexuality as a form of manipulation. Your sexuality is not a bargaining chip. Your sexuality is something that is very special, and it has a certain potency and a power, and it's not about casting pearls before swine or compromising yourself so you can gain a certain advantage. It's about you knowing that anything that you need to generate in your life, you can generate for yourself. You don't need to use your sexuality in that way as a manipulation. And I'm not talking about what would be a queen of clubs imbalance that is like, I just like to have sex, and I like to have, casual connections, and I'm really enjoying that, and I find a lot of pleasure in that, and I find it very satisfying, and that's what works for me, and I want to be single. That's great. Own it. Be in it. Represent it. Live it. There used to be, tantric priestesses that, use their sexuality in that way. And there was nothing that was, disrespectful about it. There was nothing that was compromising about it. It was an entirely empowering experience. But this is energy that's moving suspect. This is energy that is moving covertly. It's energy where there's some kind of sneakiness, some kind of hiding, because there's some kind of shame or deception associated with it. So it's really about transforming that behavior. We don't have the feminine fire transformed. That's not what I'm seeing here. And I'm wondering if there's going to be another indication that comes up here in this crossing influence. But we do see that there is some kind of positive motion forward. And feminine, just know, work on this. This is what needs to be transformed. Maybe it's really about looking at your relationship with sexuality. And it's also your need to maybe reflect on what has intimacy been like for you in the past. Are there certain things you need to heal in this regard? Also, what's coming up in this particular cycle is there's this influence on trauma, and there's this influence on abuse, and how we move out of that, how we heal from that. So there could be a connection there. There might be something that you need to heal and transform here. And that's what allows you to move forward like this, to use your energy to move forward in a new way, so that you are not living out of your shadow, that you don't continue to perpetuate the pain patterns of your trauma or what happened back there that put you in that space where somehow you learned that your sexuality was a commodity and not the gift that it is. There's something here that needs to be transformed. But I do see there's this transformation happening. I do see you get into proper alignment, and there's this moving forward with passion and purpose, in clarity, moving forward in the light. And what does it bring? It brings a close to this cycle of suffering, this cycle of loss. You're finally letting go of everything that went before. You're clearing the slate, okay? This is like starting from scratch. I'm going to build my future from this new place of understanding. And in doing so, you come into alignment in the light with your wish fulfillment, and you're going to get that soulmate relationship. You're coming into alignment with something that is going to give you a real sense of belonging. And I feel like it's not just with like a love, but that's definitely there. You're coming together with a soulmate. I also feel like you're really coming into alignment with the path with heart, the path where your heart really gets to express itself freely, and you are totally held and loved and accepted and supported there. It's a ways to get there. There's some work to do. Let's see what that work is. It's your crossing influence. Oh my gosh. It's the wish in the shadow. Look, there's the real deal, and there's the smoke and mirrors. All right. There's what gratifies in the moment, and there's what provides long-term fulfillment. You got a challenge. You got a test. And you're being pulled in two different directions. One thing may appear to be wish fulfillment, but it's actually being motivated by your lower nature. It's a case of be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. And you'll know. You'll know if you're not moving correctly in something. You will know. You will know. You got to get in touch with your feelings. Remember, fire signs. You need to get in touch with your feelings to be able to suss this out. You will know if it's not in alignment with your truth, or if you're moving in a way that's not really, moving with what you know to be the right way to move. You know when you're being shady, when you're being sneaky, when you're operating in such a way that you're causing damage, or you're repeating unhealthy patterns. This is about you really taking a long, hard look at the crossroads, because that's where you're at. And very, very easily at the crossroads, if you act impulsively, you could find yourself in the crosshairs. And that's not going to be a pleasant experience. I see this as a situation, Fire Sign Collective, where you have a real opportunity to step into a lot of happiness, a lot of alignment and fulfillment, and finally be in that place where you feel like you belong. But I see that you could totally sabotage it by wishing unconsciously, wishing for things that it may look good, It may give you a little bit of status. It may boost the ego temporarily, but it'll be a hollow victory because that very wish is the thing that's going to give you that feeling of being trapped. So this is something to be very, very mindful of. You're going to have to really sink into your intuition, get in touch with what you're feeling, really, get into those last bits of that integrating the shadow from this past cycle, and get very clear about how you're moving forward. And are you really considering the truth of what you're feeling emotionally? Or are you trying to escape what you're feeling emotionally and where you really do need to invest your time, your energy, because it scares you to go to that place of vulnerability, intimacy, because there's the potential you could get hurt, right? So I almost feel like this is like a scenario where some of you fire signs are like talking yourselves into believing that something is your happiness. That's really not. It's just a wonderful distraction from you doing the work that would require you to step into your true happiness. Because your true happiness requires you to go through some fundamental transformational process that you're absolutely meant to go through at this time, but it also requires you to take accountability, and that's not necessarily fun. It also has you acknowledging ways that maybe you have made incorrect judgments about certain people, maybe owning some mistakes. You don't want to do that. You want to be right. It's kind of like it's a blow to the pride. It's a blow to the ego to have to admit I could have done better back there, and not wanting to, quite frankly, do the work to get everything like ironed out. But I see that though you may have that resistance, most of you are going to choose to do the work. Most of you are going to choose to take that up, and you're going to transform those vices. There's a lot of kind of vice energy here playing out. And you're going to free yourself from being in a vice, and being in that squeeze point where, then you don't really have a choice in the matter anymore. And you just kind of have to, sleep in the bed that you made for yourself, and you might not be so thrilled with the way that turns out if you continue to move in a way that is out of integrity for you. So that coming in very strongly, a lot of potential, but be aware of the pitfalls, fire sign collective. Cool your jets, take your actions, but where you need to cut certain things off, it's time to start doing that work and be honest with yourself. All right. Let's look at water sign collective, who also had a lot come out. Let me put down the water timestamp. Will be 2/37/49. All right. Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Let's dive into it and see what's going on. You got a lot. You had so much that came out here. Okay. You have the Four of Wands. So there's that feeling of celebration. You have the Tower. You have the Fool. You have coming in as a crossing influence, the Knight of Wands. You have a crossing influence of the Nine of Cups. You have coming out, you're just about to move with this, okay? It's kind of coming out of the crossroads. You're about to make a movement. There's about to be a movement with the Chariot here. And we have the Seven of Pentacles to the Sun, to the World, to the Ace of Cups. All right. Wow. Wow. This is very interesting. This is you realizing that something that you had built for yourself that at one point you felt very passionate about. You had a lot of purpose behind it. You saw it as your wish fulfillment. And at one point, I think there was a sense of celebration around this, okay? You might have even considered marrying this person. You thought this person was going to be like your end all be all. This is you deciding whatever this is that you had built for yourself. And it's something you poured a lot of time and energy into. You poured 9 cups worth into this, okay? And you did so gladly and joyfully because you felt so aligned with this. You thought it was everything that was going to make you happy. And in fact, you probably thought at one point, like, if I have this, that's all I need. You know, it's got that kind of vibe to it. You moved forward toward this thing with a lot of passion and purpose, okay? With the Knight of Wands coming in with the 9 of Cups. You were certain of this. This is my happiness. This is my celebration. This is what I've been waiting for. This is my person, okay? This is my success. Boom, there's a tower. There's a tower that comes in here. There is something is being revealed to you that this ain't it. I feel like this has been brewing for a long time. I feel like there was some major shock wave that came in for you a while back that really illuminated something for you. And it was sort of like, you'd always known it was there. I don't think this is anything that's like come on suddenly, even though a tower appears to be very sudden. I feel like this has been something that's been on the periphery of your situation for a while. Like you've seen it out of the corner of your eye, okay? But you were trying not to look at it. It's got that vibe. It was the little things. It was the little things that started to pile up that made you realize that more and more as time was going on, you started to feel a little bit disconnected from a certain part of yourself. And it's a part of yourself that you really don't want to lose. It's a part of yourself you really don't want to let go. And maybe at first you rationalized it. And you were like, well, it's okay because, you know, I got 9 of Cups. I'm comfortable. All my basic needs are met. You know I'm loved. I don't have to want for anything, you know. Everything I need is here. This is everything I wanted. But what's missing is a bit of that fire, you know. You're missing a little bit of your passion. You're missing that feeling of enthusiasm. You know, it's got a little bit of that energy that came up in the fire pile. You could be dealing with a fire sign. Maybe you connected with a fire sign. Maybe this is a fire sign that, you know, you've known for a while, or there's somebody, maybe they were a friend. There's something about the way this person lives their life with a certain kind of, you know, passion and enthusiasm. Maybe they're a go-getter. They're making a lot of stuff happen. You feel like they're living a life that's kind of interesting or exciting. Maybe it's reminding you of your own dreams you've had, the things that you used to be excited about. Maybe you're realizing some of those things have fallen to the wayside. This could be also somebody that you have an attraction to. You could be attracted to a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Maybe this person is, you know, a bit of a player. It is night energy. Nights are usually good for, you know, they're good for a weekend. You know, they're good for a romp. They're good for a roll in the hay. But this isn't somebody that's necessarily going to stick around for the long haul. You know, they're just somebody who wants to have fun. Maybe that's what you're missing. Maybe you're missing a little fun in whatever this is you've invested in, what that at one point looked like your wish fulfillment. Maybe it's not as fun as it used to be. Maybe it's not the celebration you thought it was going to be. Maybe you're not as in alignment with this thing or this opportunity or this situation or this person as you once thought you were. And I feel like you're feeling tempted to stir things up. Almost, you actually might even be bringing this tower on yourself. I mean, we always do, really, truly. Is there something we're not willing to look at, or there's something we're not being honest about? You know, Tower's about bringing down the house of lies. Maybe you've been sharing a home with another, and there's something deceptive about what you've built there together. Maybe you're not as invested in this as you once were. Maybe you have felt some kind of fear around expressing this. There's something coming through here about gratification, about personal gratification, about the hunger and the desire for personal gratification. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with like sensuality, sexuality, excitement, feeling desirable, feeling passion again, you know? It's like there's a sense of, yeah, I got stability and I have everything I need. But what's missing is like that real, like, passionate engagement with it. So you might be choosing to break away from this. You actually might be choosing to take a radical move. It might appear very impulsive to others. It might bring a tower to others. They might be shocked. They might not know where this is coming from. To you, it's not impulsive at all, though. You've actually sat with this for a long time. You've been brooding with it for a while. And you've been trying to make do. And I don't think that you in any way don't appreciate what you have. I think you do. I think you feel gratitude for what you have. You understand that it is fulfilling on one level, but you can't deny that there's this whole other aspect of who you are that isn't getting what it needs to feel truly fulfilled. And it has everything to do with your passion and your purpose. And I think for some of you, it also has to do with sexually. You know, maybe you are in a relationship, you've been with this person for a while, and you two have totally different sexual styles. Maybe one of you wants to connect on that level more frequently than the other. Maybe one of you is a bit more fiery, a bit more, take charge in the bedroom. And you always feel like you have to be the one who initiates it. You're kind of tired of that. Once in a while, you'd like somebody to really desire you and take the initiative. You're tired of taking the lead. This could also be a case where, maybe it's just kind of gone cold and you just want to feel that again. You want to feel somebody desiring you. You want to feel attractive. You want to feel sexy. You want to feel in your element. You feel like you lost your mojo a bit. And I feel like in some way you're delivering some kind of tower, you're doing something, you're taking an action, you're moving forward in some way that others might find really shocking that you've been considering for a long time. And you're going to go out and you're going to find your fire. That's what I got. You're on the quest for fire. You're a bit like Prometheus. I'm kind of getting this. I'm getting this vibe, You're on the quest for fire. You will reclaim your fire. You are not willing to sacrifice your fire. You don't care how comfortable things may be. You don't care that you have all of your needs met. You're more tapped into desire right now. That's what I feel. You're more looking at what you want. It's like, yeah, I got what I need, but desire plays a role too. And I want that fire and desire. Got like Rick James energy coming in, okay? And there may be somebody in your environment, okay? It could be a friend. I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to do with sexuality, but for some people, it's playing out in that way. Some of you may have been tempted to have an affair that are in a marriage, okay? You may have stepped out on your marriage, or you may be about to because you're really drawn to connect with somebody. You could already have a little bit of a, third party situation going on, or your partner could. And it might be the very like spark that lights your fire again if your partner stepped out on you, where you're like, oh yeah, you're going to go out and have have your fun. I'm going to sit here and, play Susie Homemaker and hold down the fort for you while you go around and, just enjoy yourself and sample all the fruits in the garden. Like, I'm going to go and get myself some sweet, juicy fruits too. you know, you might be like turning the tables on somebody. Maybe you felt like, you know what, you put me on ice for too long. I'm not going to just sit here and like play this role because it looks good to our friends and family. We got this great commitment. We're really devoted to each other. Look at our lovely house. It's got kind of days gone by talking heads, same as it ever was, same as it ever was. I feel there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of monotony. And there could be the tendency to get a little bit riled up and maybe do something out of pocket or do something maybe just because you want to shock people. Maybe you want a little bit of a reputation. Maybe you're tired of people always thinking that you're just this altruistic person with these higher ideals and I always do the responsible thing and I toe the line and I show up and I nurture everybody and I hold space for them. Maybe you're like wanting to activate a little bit of that like bad boy, bad girl, maybe you want to shake up the way people see you. Maybe you want to, veer a little out of pocket, throw them for a loop. It's a little bit of a I'm a rebel, Dottie kind of, vibe. And I don't mind going my own way, especially when everybody else seems to be having a lot of fun. I want to have some fun too. I'm kind of like picking up that energy. Maybe you're tired of taking care of other people's responsibilities. Maybe you're tired of holding down the fort. You're wanting to stir stuff up. I think you're ready to go on an adventure. Some of you are actually wanting to do a bit of a it's kind of got like an eat, pray, love vibe to it. Like you're sort of just wanting to get lost for a while. And you might even be doing this in such a way where it doesn't have to necessarily destroy a romantic connection for those of you that are in a committed relationship or destroy any kind of stability that you have built. Like, let's say that you have like some job that you've been working in for a while. It's a good job. You enjoy the work you do there. You make a good living. It's given you a lot of stability, but yet you're hungering for like something more. You feel like you really want to connect with a purpose and you don't really know what that is, but you feel like I just need to get lost for a while to find myself. There may be a way for you to talk to your partner or talk to your employer or whatever the situation may be and say, I need to take a little hiatus. I need to take a break. I have to do this. And I feel like there's a piece of this that's if you can really share from your heart the reason why you need to like take this break and you don't want to sacrifice what you've built, but at the same time, you can't deny that something's waking up in you and you just need to go out in the world and find yourself for a bit. I think you may find that there's more support for this than you would realize. But either way, I see something's coming in to sort of like blow your mind and open you up to what other options you may have. You may have really just sort of like resigned yourself to just fulfilling this track that you're on currently because at one point this looked like, yes, this is my end all be all, but I feel like you're starting to question that and maybe you're realizing that yeah, this does have certain aspects to it that I do really enjoy and that are fulfilling for me, but on another level I need a little more. I need a little something more. And I think you're going to go out and you're going to find that something more. It has big travel vibes to it. I feel like you're taking some kind of risk. You think you might end up looking like a fool. You think it might be foolish to risk what you've built, to step into this direction, but you can't help it. You have to go. You just have to. There's something higher calling you forward, okay? I feel like you're getting muse energy coming in, all right? Let's see what this is about. Yeah, you are moving forward. You got the chariot here. You've balanced out the either ors in this situation. You've spent a long time here weighing out your options. You've had the angel on one shoulder, you've had the devil on the other, and you've been trying to find the middle way, you know? How can I get what I need without it being detrimental to another? Might not be possible. I think you've come to this conclusion that unfortunately, sometimes what's right for you and what is in alignment with your truth and you moving forward in that, it might mean that somebody else suffers as a result. Somebody else experiences a loss. And yet you can't deny that this is my path. I have to move forward in this way. You can't sacrifice your purpose anymore. You can't sacrifice what's lighting you up. You have to go with where the energy is leading you right now. I do see you moving forward. You know, you took some time. You took some time making this decision, and you might still be in this process right now because we are looking at a 6-month view here. Okay. So I think that there's a part of you that is really looking at this like, should I really do this? Should I really invest in this? Because you know that by investing in this, yes, it could really pay off. It could be everything that you're hoping for. You could finally feel like you're really aligned with that place that you've wanted to create for yourself in your life, where you feel very fulfilled, you're successful, you know, your hard work pays off, and you feel really connected to it. I feel that's the piece here. It's like your current situation, yes, it fulfills certain needs, but you're not feeling fully connected to it. You're not feeling fully connected to it. You're wanting that connection very much so. So I think you're in these final stages of way now. Should I really invest in this? Will it pay off? But with that chariot there and that being a major arcana with the tower here, putting the fire under your butt and saying, no, you're going to have to get moving. Because either you make the decision and you be the one who delivers the tower, or we're going to bring a tower for you. And if you don't make this decision of your own accord, the tower that comes your way is going to be a hell of a lot more disruptive. It's better to look like the daring, wild, woolly one out there ready to wear their heart on their sleeve and take a risk than it is to look like the one who was played a fool, you know, because they didn't listen to their own counsel. A lot of blockage coming up around that. There's something about this. There's something about you really speaking this truth to yourself and accepting that this is your truth, you know? And it may be hard, you know, maybe you feel like by you doing this, there'll be somebody that's hurt that really doesn't deserve to be hurt, you know? It's unfortunate, but I think that in situations like that, and I mean these difficult choices approach us in life at different junctures, and it always comes down to a matter of honesty and speaking the truth. And yes, maybe somebody will be hurt and maybe it will be a loss for them, but you're already at a loss and you need to find yourself. You need to find that missing piece, that thing that's been missing for you, so you can really step onto your path of heart where you feel fulfilled and you're aligned with your purpose is so necessary for you. You can't put that on hold. You got to answer the call. You're being called. Step forward with this. You are. You're being called to step forward with this. It is the completion of the old cycle that promises success on the other side. You too may be dealing with some fixed sign energies. You may be dealing with a Leo, a Taurus, an Aquarius, a Scorpio. Okay, these signs may factor strongly into your situation, but there's something here you need to bring to completion. And doing so sees you stepping into a new successful cycle in your life. It will be worth it. Your success hinges on you closing this out. It brings you your new beginning that you're looking for this summer. And it brings you a lot of happiness. Got the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is a timing card. Ace of Cups is aligned with summer, all right? And when we got that sun card here, that is Leo energy. That is also the time when Aries takes over that North Node of Destiny. You want this happiness? It requires you invest in yourself and trust those downloads you're getting, where spirit is guiding you to go now. You have to go. You got to answer the call. And unfortunately, sometimes this is just the way it goes. Somebody's hurt along the way, you know. But you got to understand, by withholding the truth and holding back, you never know. Though this may hurt this person, you might also be setting them free. Because remember, we're dealing with this energy where it's like a chain reaction. One motion leads to another. And you may be the spark, the catalyst in that person's life by delivering the tower that allows them to move forward into a direction that's going to be fulfilling for them. And that's when it's going to come into play about looking at control mechanisms with this astrology in play. Is this the reason why there is the withholding of this truth, the lack of acknowledgement about it, the keeping this individual in the dark, whether it's a work situation, a friendship, something going on in your family, or a love relationship? Is it because you don't want to see this person go? You don't want the reaction of this person? You don't want to be, Ted just said yes. You don't want to be on the receiving end of their choice that they'll make in response. I mean, that's freedom. That's freedom, baby. That's what freedom's all about. You got to let people be free to make the choices that are right for them. Might you lose out on this thing? Yeah. I mean, nothing's safe when we're following our hearts. There's always a risk involved. But you got to be true to your path. I feel like you're getting a spiritual calling. Your spiritual path is calling you forward. You're being asked to follow the path that leads to growth. You're being asked to choose growth, not complacency, not stagnancy, not resigning yourself to a role that you're not 100% in alignment with. Nobody said it's going to be easy. See? Jack of Hearts coming up in the light. You're meant to follow the path of heart, right? You're meant to follow your heart. That's your energy. Moving forward, following your heart, following the heart, the path of heart. You have to follow where the heart leads you. To ignore that is to totally be out of your element. You're water. You're associated with the energy of love. You're all about the heart. You got to follow the heart. Because it's only when your heart is aligned that you'll pour your nurturing, your love, and everything you have to offer into it. Otherwise, you're only giving half of yourself, part of yourself. You're not really showing up. You're phoning it in. You're not totally invested. And we need your heart invested, Pisces. Pisces? Why did I say Pisces? Maybe this is speaking really strongly to Pisces. Okay, Pisces, we need your heart invested. It's important, Pisces, that you're the house. You're the house of karma. Okay, the 12th house is the house of karma. If you can't put your heart into it, if you can't find that willingness to pour your heart into it now, we're all going to be lost, right? We need you. We need you to invest your heart. But this is for all of you. You need to bring your heart forward into whatever you're doing, because that's how you're going to bring that energy forward into the world that we all need right now. The world needs love, right? The world needs these higher ideals. We need the water signs to be impassioned. We need them to feel their sense of purpose, because we need that water to make anything grow. Water is the source of life. It is the source from where all abundance grows. So if we're missing the heart, if we're missing the heart engagement, we're truly lost. We truly lost the path. And I feel like that's really what you're wanting to do. I feel like you're really wanting to find your heart. You know your heart within. It's not about you don't know your heart. It's almost like Does this make this? It's almost like you're looking for the physical representation of your heart in the world, and you haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen it yet. You've come close. You've spied hints of it, but you haven't really met it face to face yet. That thing, that thing where you're like, yes, this is my other half. This is my heart. This is my heart visible for all to see. And for some of you, it's really connected to like your life's work. It's like some kind of work you're supposed to do in the world. And it's the physical manifestation of your heart that all the world can see, that they can witness and also benefit from. And for some of you, it's in a soulmate, it's in the other, it's in the mirror of the other. And I do feel like there is this very special connection here for those of you already in committed relationships. But there's something about the heart in this relationship that's been compromised in some way. And it's in relation to the passions, the desire, and the absence thereof. Okay, so there's something that's transforming here. Any further guidance, clues for Water Sign Collective over these next 6 months in relation to this? Looks like some really important choices. Another cycle of spiritual growth. I feel like you completed a cycle of spiritual growth, Water Sign Collective, and now you're ready to start a new cycle, right? The Fool always begins again. It's the hero's journey. You have to have a quest. I feel like that's what you're aligning with. That's what it's feeling like to me. It's like that's what the outer manifestation is of your heart. You're looking for your quest. You want a quest. We have one card come out here. It's in the light. Yes. 8 of Hearts in the light. You're walking away from something. You're walking away from something because you're following your heart. You're following your heart. And it's by having the courage to do this, and maybe having the courage to disappoint some people when maybe you've always been those people's like saving grace. It's kind of heavy to have that put on you, to be the person that always makes the right choice, the person that is always there for the rescue, the person who is always there to comfort, to console, to understand, to show up. It's pretty hard. It's a heavy thing to carry, like the weight of that responsibility. And it's a lot to get to the place inside of yourself where you have the courage and you have the guts to throw off those expectations of who other people expect you to be, and to say, you know what, this time I'm showing up for myself. I'm showing up for this. I'm showing up for my heart. This is what matters. And yeah, it hurts and it's bittersweet and it's hard to let these things go. It's hard to allow myself to be seen moving into this sphere, but this is what I have to do. This is who I am. This is what's calling me forward. I have to act on it. And you invested a lot in this, whatever it is you're walking away from, whether it be a labor of love or a love relationship. You poured a lot into this, a lot of time, a lot of energy. I feel like there's also a lot of security at stake. But there's this piece in like really valuing more the security that you find within yourself and in your soul when you know that you're aligned with your truth and when you're trusting what your heart is telling you. So I think that you are walking away from something in this cycle. And I don't feel like this is anything surprising to you. I feel like you've been through this for a while. And this is coming through as a message for you that as you release this, as you let it go, you really are closing a karmic cycle. You've learned your lessons. And because of that, you're being granted this new beginning. You get to start fresh, brand new slate. And you are going to go out in that world and you're going to have some adventures and you're going to feel that enthusiasm again. I do see you doing some traveling. I think travel is really coming in for you. I see you, getting out and about. I think you'll be doing a lot of travel during the summertime. I also think it's going to be a real happy time for you, and you're going to finally understand what that initial wish, because it was part of it. What you're releasing is part of this greater dream that's really coming to bloom for you now. And I think you're really going to feel like such a sense of gratitude, and you're going to feel so fulfilled by what comes forward for you because you've got a beautiful beginning coming in the summer. That's when really, you're going to see the way that by you having the courage to take this risk and follow your heart, that's when you're really going to have all of the rewards pour in for you. And you're going to feel such a connection with your heart. It's going to be very moving. I don't know. There's something about this that's very moving for you. And I also see just like so much creative flow, so much creative flow. I almost feel like in the summertime, you're bringing something forward and you're sharing it. And it has everything to do with this whole process you've been through. But it's the beginning of something beautiful in your life that's just going to continue to pour into you, even as it pours into others. Really beautiful water sign collective. All right, so now we're going to finally go into Earth, and I'll have all of these timestamps available for you all. So you can drop in and you can revisit over the next 6 months. So Earth, we got 31001. No, 31104. Oh, 31104. But we do know a lot of new beginnings, okay, because of the first number that came in, Earth. Got a lot of new beginnings. You're coming into balance. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. All right. I think you're about to make an important decision. You've had a lot that you've been sitting with, not really acting on. I feel like you've been trying to get a clear picture of what's going on and what your options really are, the situation you're dealing with, but I do see you're about to make a particular action. You have decided on a particular action. Everything that is coming up in the Earth category has come up in a cross position. So that means that you're dealing with situations where there's other people involved and the choices that they make affect how things go. You don't really necessarily have the ability in your situations to just strike out independently, because if you were to do that, it could really make everything collapse. And that's because there's a lot of movable parts involved in your situation. There's a lot of other people involved in your situation, and a lot hinges on the choices they make. But I feel like you're about to make your choice. Okay. That's what I'm getting from this. You're about to make your choice. We're going to see what that is, because you do have this one crossing influence on the top here that's just starting to turn upright into the affirmative. So let's see what this choice is. You're choosing to let somebody back in to your life that maybe you shut out for a while. You were not receptive to this person. At one point, you shut this person out. You may have even gone ghost on this person, or maybe this person went ghost on you. This is somebody that you had a real cutting off with. There was like a cutting off of communication, a cutting off of the connection. I think that you feel that this person didn't value you. I think you feel like this person left you out in the cold. I think you felt like this person kind of disregarded you, maybe even put you on the back burner. There's just this feeling of not feeling included in their plans, or that they didn't really value what you were bringing into the situation. They didn't necessarily value your connection. At least that's how you feel. There's something about your interaction with this person that made you feel less than. And in some cases, you even experience like sort of a blockage in your finances in relation to this person. So this could be a person that was kind of like draining you of your money. They were relying on you too heavily financially. This could also be a situation where I'm getting stuff coming in. So just excuse me for a moment. You may have felt like this person kind of like turned people against you. There's like almost a feeling of you being cut off, like cut off from friends. Maybe you felt isolated by this person. In some way, there's like this sense of just feeling like you weren't appreciated, you weren't valued, you were cut off, you were disconnected. Maybe this person even kind of turned people against you. You felt a bit outcasted, I'm getting. And I think that, maybe somebody's wanting to bring you back in. Maybe they're wanting to include you. Maybe this person reached out to you. Maybe this person is starting to have a different view of you. Maybe they realize that they were unfair to you. Maybe they realize that they mistreated you or that they underestimated you in some cases. In some cases, this could be in relation to a work situation. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you lost your job and it wasn't fair how you lost your job. Maybe there was like some kind of um, competitiveness on the job front. Maybe something got blamed on you that you did not do and it cost you your position. There's something here that's wanting to be rectified. Somebody is coming in, they're approaching you. Initially, this person like cut you off. They didn't value you. You felt like you were outside of the loop. This person is wanting to bring you back in. Now, you're considering it. I see that. You're considering that. You may have blocked somebody off too. You got to pick what side you're on. It could be because somebody made you feel this way because they like rejected you or kind of pushed you aside or they didn't take you seriously. They didn't value what you were contributing. They isolated you, or somehow tried to make you feel insecure or like you weren't good enough, these kind of things. There's something that happened here that I feel like really affected the self-esteem. And on top of affecting the self-esteem, it made you feel cut off, like somebody went cold. They stonewalled you. There's somebody here that's maybe starting to approach you now. They want to try to pull you back in. And I think, maybe you had this person blocked at one point. Maybe you're wondering if that was the right choice to block them. You might want to hear what this person has to say. You might have recently had some kind of like interaction, communication with this person. And so now you're like, I don't know. Should I hear this person out? Should I open this up again? Now they're wanting to let me back in. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, you feel very defensive against this energy with the 9 of Wands. This person put you through it. This situation put you through it. You feel like you've been through this multiple times with this individual. It's just like, this is not my first time at the rodeo, and I've already been bucked off that steed multiple times, and I am just worse for wear. This is being tired, not having the energy to deal with any more BS. You've got a certain position you've reached in your life where you've kind of achieved a certain level of like peace in your life at this point. I feel like this is kind of like a long-standing situation. You've kind of gotten to the other side of it, but you're just now at that place where you're really starting to like, okay, I'm like, kind of breathe a minute. I feel like I got a bit of a fortress here for myself. I finally have a chance to rest, let go, and just sort of do the healing work I need to do. I trust that I needed to let this situation go because, it was taking everything out of me. And it wasn't getting me anything except putting me in this position where I was constantly having to defend myself. So there's that piece about, making maybe feeling isolated by a group of people, isolated on the work front, or somehow like cut off from a friend circle or something along these lines. So maybe this person, that's one way that they kind of worked against you. Maybe they isolated you. Maybe they isolated you by turning people against you. And because of them turning people against you, you were in this position where you felt like you had to defend yourself a lot and you're worn out. It's like sort of like this feeling like I can't handle one other thing. I can't be put in that position again. I think hearing from this person puts your hackles up. You're finally in this place where you let go, you feel at peace, you've been healing, you've also been seeing that there is reason to trust, trust the way life unfolds. I think that you're starting to really see and recognize that life was looking out for you back there. There's things that are coming into alignment for you. And it's because you let go of control. You stop trying to make things work in this situation or with this person because you saw that they just brought nothing but struggle your way and they exhausted you. And I also feel like they were very confusing. This person played with your head a lot. They filled your head with a lot of stuff too. And maybe what they filled your head with worked against you. This could be an emotionally abusive situation that you were in. It really affected, it affected your own sense of knowing about what the right thing is, what the truth is in a situation. I'm feeling this real, like almost disorientation. I feel it like in my head. It feels like this cloudiness or confusion in the head, like not knowing who to trust, not knowing what's true, not knowing what to do. And I think it's because it reached that point that you were just like, forget it. I just have to completely just close myself off from all of this because I need to find my center. And I think when you let go and when you did block this energy and experience this feeling of, it might have felt isolating at first, okay, to not be so enmeshed in this dynamic, in this group of people, in this relationship, this situation. I think once you got that space and you got that perspective, you were able to sink into your own energy. And you're finally at this place where you're really trusting the flow of your life. You feel like you're reconnected spiritually. You feel like you can finally relax. You have some peace. You have some calm. And now here comes this energy with an offer to reconnect. They're making some offer to you, and look what it's doing. All that beautiful stability that you have built for yourself. And I do feel like you're also on the precipice of something really big, okay? You're just getting ready to really set your vision for moving forward in the future. And this could have, something you're ready to commit to, okay? Like make a real solid commitment to. Just as you're ready to make a solid commitment to your new direction that you've invested in, here comes this person with an offer to throw you into confusion. And now you're back into this place of instability. I feel like this person always throws you into a place of emotional instability, confusion, not knowing what to do, juggling energy. And you never quite seem to get it right. It's always like two ships passing in the night. But I do see that you have some solid new beginning here, and it begins in spring, okay? And it's something you're ready to invest in. You've been ready to invest in it. And here comes somebody wanting to throw you into confusion and destabilize everything that you're building. And it's interesting. It's interesting because there's this desire from you. You're tempted. Despite all of this, all of this that you learned from going through this before, you're tempted to pull this back in. We need to get some clarity on this for sure. Because with the Ace of Pentacles at stake, that's really significant. Uh, Earth sign collective, it's so significant, especially when we look at the chain of manifestation, because right now, the seeds that we plant with that new moon energy, the double new moon energy coming in with that solar eclipse, it's like, it's so important that we're planting that seed from a place of being in alignment with our truth. Why? Because if we're going for anything that is like fly by the seat of our pants, it's coming in impulsively, it's a last minute thing, coming in at the 11th hour, you better be careful, because it's coming in with this eclipse energy, which means there's things that you don't see. And maybe this person is promising some kind of stability. Maybe they're promising some kind of commitment. But maybe if you invest in this, I feel like this is something coming in out of left field. I feel like you got something established for yourself right now, Earth Sign Collective. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. There is something tangible, solid. You can see it. It's there. You've built it for yourself. You have invested your energy in something. You pulled your energy out of like some screwed up group dynamic. This could be a friendship circle. This could be a place of business, somewhere where you were working. This could also be in some kind of connection, relationship, friendship. You took your energy from this situation or this person, this friend group that was always leaving you feeling like outside of the loop. You didn't feel included. You didn't feel appreciated. You didn't feel valued. You felt like the odd man out. You felt like you were left out in the cold. What you brought to the table wasn't really seen as anything valuable. I do feel like there's almost like this, like, there's a certain level of like an emotionally abusive component here that really played hard on your confidence, because it dinged you in your sense of self-worth. But I feel like you took that energy, you pulled back from this, you stopped being so invested in it, you stopped trying to get these people to see your worth, see your value, and you started really just having some time to yourself. And in the space of being on your own, you got really in touch with yourself, and you started to see things more clearly, because you didn't have all these other people's opinions and their judgments of you, and what they had to say about you or what was going on in their lives. It wasn't inserting itself into your view anymore, and you were able to get your own perspective. And I think you really started pouring all of your energy. It's like, okay, if I'm here, if I'm on my own, I'm doing my own thing, I may as well invest in myself. And I feel like you started really pouring your time, your energy into something very tangible that you're creating for yourself. For a lot of you, this has to do with your finances, something that you're really wanting to build for your future. And it's like your baby. Like, you have so much invested in this, and it's everything that's going to be like the seed of your future. It's everything that's going to be the seed of your future. And I think that there's been some evidence, I think people have seen, that you're kind of having a level up in your life. I think that you're achieving some measure of success. There may be, you need to be aware of this, people that are coming around now after they like did you dirty, or like cut you out or turn their back on you. There could be some element here where, people are seeing your come up, they're seeing what you've achieved, and they're feeling a little bit maybe envious of that. Maybe they want to sabotage that. Okay, so, maybe they want to get a cut in on that. Maybe they are telling you now what they have to bring to the table. Maybe they almost want to take some credit for your success. Like, they're like, well, you could really bring this thing into being if you allow me to help you with this. I think you got to be careful about that, because it's actually the thing that, once again, if this person cut you out before, if this person didn't value you before, and if now they see you're reaching some level of success in your life, you're having some kind of come up, now all of a sudden they want to come back around, and they're throwing confusion into the mix. Confusion is destabilizing. It's also disempowering, okay? And if this person's coming around saying, you need to pull me in on this because I have money to invest, or, I'll see this through with you, or we can really make this into something successful, you may be tempted because maybe that's the piece that you're missing right now. Maybe you're missing certain investment capital or something along these lines. And so you might be tempted to let this person back in and compromise with this energy. But I want you to remember, if they cut you out before, if they operated that way before, if they went cold on you before, if they ghosted you before, they will do it again. They will do it again. And at some point, you have to be aware of other people's lower natures, because it's not just about us transforming our shadow behaviors. It's also being mindful that collectively this is the work at hand. And so there's a lot of people out there that are moving unethically. There's a lot of people out there who are just wanting what they want, and they're like, I'm aboard, pull up the ladder, use you for a come up, and then they will, leave you as man overboard. It's true. And we have to be aware, this is how the world works. There is that ugliness out there. But I feel like whatever you've invested in and you've grown for yourself, you need to protect it. Be very careful about getting into any kind of binding agreements at this time. Be careful about cutting somebody in who cut you out before. I don't think it's a wise investment. And actually, you could find yourself on the losing end of that, and you could lose big financially. Everything you built could be stripped of you. Beware of contracts. Go over contracts with a fine-tooth comb. Don't do business with people who've done you dirty, okay? And before you consider taking somebody back who was in any way emotionally abusive to you or went ghost on you, which is one of the cruelest things that you can do to a person, to throw them into that place of emotional duress. I think you really need to have a hard think about this, because it could really sabotage what you've gained in terms of really recognizing your own worth, your own value, recognizing that, yeah, I do have something to offer. And really coming into that place where you're finally like trusting yourself, and you finally feel supported by spirit, and you're actually seeing tangible results. You got an Ace of Pentacles here. This person isn't bringing you this. This person is throwing what your new beginning is supposed to build for you into a place of instability. This person can be somebody that blocks your blessings. Here's this thing. It's really interesting. Let's look at this in terms of like romance, okay? Let's look at it through that lens. You can be involved with somebody romantically, and if they're not the right person, if you're not in alignment with each other, if you're not in true alignment with each other, and yet you enter into relationship with this individual, you can find that the flow of abundance is blocked in your life. All of a sudden, you're not getting booked with clients. All of a sudden, you got laid off from your job. All of a sudden, your finances are going down. You're losing money, and you can't seem to manifest anything for yourself. It's really true. And that usually happens in connections and romantic connections where there's not a reciprocation. There's not a give and take. There's an inequity. There's an imbalance of power. One person's doing all the giving, the other's doing all the taking. And that manifests in your physical reality. So if you're dealing with a situation like that where there's not an even playing field, where things aren't fair, or where one person tries to have all the power in the dynamic, and you're not being valued, and you're not being appreciated, and somebody's constantly putting you down, so you feel insecure, it blocks your security. If you're feeling insecure emotionally, if you're not feeling supported by life spiritually, if you're feeling insecure, how do you expect to have security financially or otherwise in your reality? You can't. And I feel like you really built back this sense of inner security and stability, and somebody's coming along to rock it. And it's a pivotal time. You're just about to enter into this new beginning, something you've built for yourself. For many of you, this has to do with some kind of business enterprise. It's like your baby, you know, you have a vision, you're growing something. You see a future with this thing. You want to go far with this thing, and you're really invested in it. And it's actually something that was born out of the experiences you've been through and what you've learned in your own, like dealing with your own senses of limitation. There's something you learned, there's some kind of wisdom that came through that you now have gathered together all these medicines into an offering that's something you want to present. You want to share it with the world. You want to make this thing happen. And it leads you to your financial abundance. It leads you to your new beginning. It leads you to that stability you've looked for, something that is in alignment with you. We know it's in alignment with you because it's an Ace of Pentacles. It's your element, okay? And somebody is coming along to disrupt it. And if you have been dealing with a really abusive person in the past who played mind games with you, who put you down, who affected your self-esteem in a negative way, they could be very much willfully coming along to sabotage that for you. Because how dare you find some sense of stability and success and happiness after ditching me? Be aware of this, okay? Any kind of counsel, advice to protect this abundance, this new beginning, this new stability, this commitment, you know, that wants to come in for the Earth Sign Collective. What do they need to be aware of? What do they need to be aware of? Give some more advice here, please, Spirit. Give some more counsel to the Earth Sign Collective. Okay, something that you almost had fall away from you. Okay, it almost fell right out of your lap, but I caught it here. This is what you're not realizing. This is in the shadow here. Okay, this is about you really moving independently in terms of the financial stability that you are trying to create for yourself. There is something right now, Earth Sign Collective, about you building something for yourself. You, just you. It's not about pulling other people in on it. It's almost like if you start to convince yourself, if you buy in this old programming, and I feel like somebody did this somewhere along the lines, somebody filled your head with this bullshit that you don't got what it takes, and you bought into it. And because of that, it has you believing that in order for you to have some kind of success, in order for you to achieve the stability that you want to have in your life, you have to pull in other people to help you, that you cannot do it on your own. And it's not true. It's not true. With the 9 of Diamonds here coming up in the shadow, this is a way you are sabotaging yourself because you're not meant to pull anyone else in on this. This is just for you. This is your vision. You're meant to invest in this. You're meant to go on this journey on your own and plant this seed and bring this thing into being and follow it through, because you don't recognize that by you doing this, it allows you to cast off all those projections that were put on you. You come into a place of real financial abundance, stability. Again, this 9 of Diamonds is that pre-Empress energy. Okay, it's the pre-Empress energy. It's like right at that point before everything lines up for you and you step into that point of arrival where you're like, yes, I did it. I made it happen. I hit the mark, you know, and it gives such a feeling of self-esteem, and you really feel a sense of healthy pride in what you were able to create for yourself, what you built for yourself. This is your moment. This is your reward. And you're letting doubt creep in. You're telling yourself you need other people to help make this happen. You're buying into whatever this person is telling you. That's why you're considering letting this person in. This is about a vision, a project, a business enterprise. This is something that has to do with finances, stability, and it's all about you are considering letting somebody in who has not done right by you in the past, you are considering cutting them in on this because you feel like you need them, because in some way, this same person who says they're going to help you, they're the person who stabbed you in the back in the first place. They're the person who got you into this place in your head in the first place, where you feel like you can't do it on your own. And there's something here about you got to stare down this fear. You got to overcome this challenge, and you got to invest in yourself, and you got to let that be your sweet revenge to show all those people that I can do it. I had it in me all along. I know my worth. I know my value. I know what I have to contribute. And maybe you weren't willing to invest in me in the past. And maybe you didn't believe in me. And maybe you cut me out of that deal back there because you just didn't think I had anything of value to contribute. But I'm here to show you you're wrong, because look at me now. Or you can listen. You can listen to this person and you can let them weave their spell on you again and find yourself in a really compromising position. I'm telling you, this person will work the situation where what starts as yours, your dream, your vision, you get cut out of it again. I'm telling you, you need to be very mindful about this. This is about protecting your dreams. It's about protecting what you've built for yourself. It's about protecting your stability. There's a lot you're not looking at here. Cards keep wanting to go on the floor. There's a lot you're not looking at here. We got the 6 of diamonds coming up in the shadow. This person says they're going to help you. They're trying to make it out like they are helping you. That is not the case. They need you, not the other way around. This is not somebody who's working with you. This is somebody who's working against you. And it's time you're really honest with yourself about this. They're offering help. And this is also the part of you that feels like, I need help. I can't do it on my own. Yes, you can. And if this person is promising money or startup capital, and that's what you feel like you need, and so you're considering letting them back in, despite how they were a real asshole back there, I think you're really going to do yourself a disservice, because there's always a way. There's always a way to get the momentum going. I know that. I know that myself. I had to get my own business stuff going without having anything to start up. You know, you got to be crafty. You got to be clever. You got to do the research. You got to do the work. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I feel like this is an important piece coming through for the Earth Sign Collective, where you need to engage your will right now, because you gave the reins of your will to somebody else a long time ago, and they still are holding them, and you haven't cut that cord, and you need to cut that cord, because this person is draining you, and this person blocks your abundance, and they block your success, and they keep you in this place of limitation, and they will do it again. They will do it again. Coming up in the light, oh, Ted just affirmed, okay? They will do it again. Coming up in the light, we have the 7 of clubs. Yes, this is yours. Defend it. This is your new beginning. Defend it. Protect it. Stand up for it. Ignore all these people coming at you that are telling you how you need to go about doing this thing, that they know better than you. And if you brought them in on it, you know, you could get farther a lot faster. It's not true. You need to really protect this. What you have, this idea you have, this dream you have, what you're looking to create, you know, this offering you want to bring forward in the world, that is the key to your future abundance and security, your financial security. There's a lot of people that want a cut. There's a lot of people who want in on it. And if you allow them to insert themselves into your dream and your vision, it's going to be taken away from you. Coming up in the light, Jack of Spades, This is maybe some people that you can rely on, to give you a clear view, maybe to kind of like get you centered in the truth, to help you look at things logically. It's also like, this is how you need to move forward. You need to stop getting into this like kind of sentimentality or the way things could have been or the way they used to be before all this mess went down, whatever this drama was that put you in this position and it compromised your security and made you feel like you didn't belong or like you were cast aside or not valued and affected your self-esteem. You need to look at this from a more rational place with this spade's energy. This is about using your intellect, okay? It's about remembering who people showed you they were and trusting that, okay? Not starting to put some like rose-colored spin on it, not trying to talk yourself into a compromising position because you think that somehow they will follow through with their word and that they're going to give you what you need to really launch this thing and take it to where it needs to be. No, this is sabotaging energy. So you might want to also like look to the air sign collective, all right? Gemini, Libra, Aquarius might have some kind of insight for you. They might have some kind of wisdom for you, or you might have air located in your chart. Pay attention to where you have air located in your chart. Rely on those strengths right now. Those areas in your chart where you do have air, those are your strengths. And you also want to move like an air sign now, okay? That's how you're being asked to move forward. An air sign is able to kind of like move solo. One thing that air signs are really good with, okay, is knowing how to cut something off. And sometimes people think that makes an air sign cold or that it makes an air sign detached, you know, but it's not that case at all. It's that air signs know how to get to a place where they can just look at things completely from that place of rationality, just the facts. This is the truth of the situation. This is what I'm dealing with. Logically, this makes the most sense. And moving in this direction causes confusion, causes me to have blockages in my abundance, causes me to feel confused, causes me to feel left out, causes me to feel insecure, not valued. Well, it's not logic to go in that direction. So we're just going to cut that off because then we're going to be able to move forward very quickly when we do that. The Knight of Spades energy, the Jack of Spades energy is about moving forward with clarity. It's moving forward very quickly. It's not being held back. Ted's giving all kinds of affirmation here. And I feel like that's what's really coming forward for you is that you need to remember why you blocked this person, this situation, this opportunity in the first place. You need to remember why you didn't accept this offer in the past. You need to remember who this person is, how they treated you, and you need to have a certain sense of loyalty to the person that it makes the most sense that you're loyal to at this point, which is yourself. And really protecting everything that came through that period, as hard as it was for you, as painful as it was for you, it threw you back on yourself. And through that, you really did come to discover that you are held, that you are supported, that there is something out there looking out for you because you've had like good things have been starting to come in for you. You're starting to have some success. You're starting to experience the sweet reward of what happens when we get these people and these situations that are just causing confusion and loss in our lives away from us. Then it's like, thank you. Then it's like life says, thank you. Now I can finally give you what I've wanted you to receive all along because you finally let go of everything that was blocking it from coming in. So just as you're here at this point where you're about to have this brand new beginning, and it really marks like the new chapter in your life and everything that led up to that and all the lessons you've learned, and what you have to bring forward now that maybe they didn't appreciate back there, but there will be people that do. You know, there will be people that do appreciate what you have to offer. And there will be a whole new cast of characters coming in that really do want to co-create with you. There will be supportive players in your dream, even if it's just people that really love and admire the work that you're putting out there. There's growth. With the Ace of Pentacles, we have growth. We have the assurance that if we take this opportunity to plant this seed of our vision, it will lead to our abundance. It will lead to that place we want to arrive at. We will be in that place of living that dream. But it requires you to cut off what doesn't serve you. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. You know, I think that this is the big message. If you let these people who prove themselves to not be loyal to you, to be self-interested, you know, they're not really interested in collaboration. They're not really interested in building with you. They're interested in what they can take. Okay. This is about you calling on some of that air energy. And if you don't know how to call on that energy within yourself, because I mean, you are an earth energy, you know, so just looking in terms of applying that Ayurvedically, you know, kapha is all heart. You know, there's a lot of emotion there. It's like, yeah, you're salt of the earth, and you're loyal and you're steadfast and you have all these wonderful qualities when you're in balance, earth signs. Okay. Yep, I'm still going. I haven't stopped. I'm getting ready to wrap up. I'm getting ready to wrap up. Did a deep dive with this one where you feel that, you know, that real connection, like you are a steadfast, committed person. You do have a sense of loyalty, you know. Earth sign and balance, you possess those qualities, but also looking at the kapha piece and the water, the way that comes into the earth, you're also very much connected to your heart, you know. And it may feel awkward to you. For people that you used to feel very connected to, very trusting of, you know, that ended up really kind of like throwing you under the bus. I feel like it was like a throwing you under the bus kind of situation. Now that they're coming around, you know, they want to come back in. They want to be included in what they see you growing for yourself, what they see you stepping into. They want a piece of that pie. You know, it could be really easy for you to kind of go into that place where you want to believe the best. You want to believe that they finally have some kind of awakening, that now they're actually going to make the investment, that they're going to follow through, that they're going to be loyal, that they're sincere when they say they're going to help you with this, and that they're equally invested. But you'll only be kidding yourself. You know, it's really going to sabotage you. There's this need to be very logical, be smart, don't lose your head. Okay. Because if you lose your head at this time, you're going to lose the plot. That's what I really got coming in very strongly. And I think I want to get just like one angel card on that, just for a confirmation. Since Earth kind of holds down that in cycle of manifestation, they hold down the actual manifestation of the vision, the dream. I'm going to get this as kind of representing the collective as a whole. So all of you, okay, air, fire, water, earth. We're going to just kind of get a comprehensive view here about what we need to do to make sure that we don't sabotage ourselves, that we don't allow ourselves to get into that place where maybe we have a soft spot, you know, and we decide to let in the very people who kind of like sabotaged us and worked against us back into the fold, where they can, you know, take us for another ride down that downward spiral. What do we need to be aware of? What is one focal point that we can really hold on to, angels, that can help us avoid this kind of a disaster as we move forward toward that destiny point. I'm just going to do a cut of the deck. Knight of Swords. OMG. It's the same thing. It's the same energy. It's the same energy. Logic. Don't lose your head. This is about right now. It's in your best interest to remember the lessons and to act from a place of logic. What makes the most sense? If anything starts to throw you into a place of emotional confusion and starts to put you in that place where you start weighing things out again, where you're like, is it this? Is it that? Should I go this direction or that direction? Can I trust this person or not trust this person? No, that's going to throw you back in the crossroads and you're not going to be able to move forward. All of you during this cycle are going to reach a point where you know exactly where you're going, where you need to invest your energy, and what you need to do. And so it's so important that you don't forget that and that you don't sacrifice that to have your heartstrings pulled on you by some sob story or by some empty promise of assistance or some revelation about, oh, I realize how wrong I did you back there and let me make it right. You're welcome to hear people out. But if you blocked an energy or an energy blocked you, maybe it's just best to leave it that way. I mean, you really have to think about that. If somebody blocks you, that's a hard line. That's a solid no. So from somebody to go from a position of completely blocking you, cutting you off cold, to all of a sudden flipping the script, now they're suddenly showing up. Now they have something to offer. You really have to kind of like question that. Because see, most people, though you might have a challenge or you might have a disagreement, you know, at some point they're willing to open up some kind of communication. You know, they won't just block you. They won't just cut you off cold. They won't just ghost you. They won't turn people against you. They won't put you in that position. So you need to really, you need to not lose your head. And this is one case where you have to let logic rule over what you may feel emotionally, you know, just out of your desire to feel like you belong again, or now you've earned this person's approval. Really look at why you might have this motivation to bring somebody in that cuts you off in such a heartless way. Okay? Because I'm feeling that here. It has this energy. You really want to be live to this. And the angels are just backing it up because you already got the Jack of Spades came in, and here we have the Knight of Swords. It's the same energy. You need to invoke your air. You need to invoke your air. And if you don't have any air placements in your chart, you still have those air houses. You need to go potty. Okay, hold on. Okay, Ted. Yeah, maybe you should show this energy out. You can take your shit and you can leave it out there because you're not bringing it in here to cause me any more problems. The thing is here, you know, even if you don't have any air placements in your chart, you still have air houses. So look at your third house, which represents Gemini and the area of communication. Look at your seventh house, which is Libra's house and rules over relationships. And look at what's going on in your 11th house, which is all about community and friendship circles and your networks, and see what placements you have there and it can help give you some keys about where you really need to use your logic. You know, you need to use your logic when it comes to communications. You need to use your logic when it comes to your relationships. You got to think more with your head here. You can't get caught up in the sweet nothings, all right? You really have to look at the reality of what is happening here and how is this person showing up. You can't get just taken in by what somebody's telling you. What are they showing you? And what have you already been shown? It's so important. And then, you know, look at your circle. Look at the people you're surrounding yourself with, you know. Some of you were dealing with gang stalking situations. Some of you were dealing with being ousted by a community. Some of you lost, you know, connection in a work situation where, you know, you had people that gossiped about you, slandered you, caused complications for you. Okay. There's been something messy that happened here where you really felt cut off and out of the loop. And you need to remember that and not lose that. Because if you do and you allow yourself to get worked again, if you fall into gullibility, you're going to seriously regret it. Knight of Swords, Harihelm, the all-pervading God, intellectual richness, protects fertility of women, makes children respectful toward their parents. And I sort of feel like this is like, you know, you've been dealing with some people that have been acting like children. And maybe it's time you show them a little bit of tough love. Maybe it's time that you show these people that you deserve a little respect. And the only way you get that respect is by respecting yourself enough to know when to say no. And by doing so, look at that, protects fertility of women. That creative force, that vision, that dream, that thing that you want to birth into being, you'll preserve it, you'll protect it, and you should, because it's all yours. Don't drop the ball now.